Morning, Judge.
Good, how are you?
Good. You got your
Cool.
real-time link, correct?
Uh, Same one as yesterday, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I'm already in, so if you're hooked up, you should be there.
Okay. I just started the thing. I'll go join that now. Thank you.
All right. I'll see you at 9 o'clock.
Yep. Thanks very much.
You bet. Bye-bye. Judge, if you want to work through lunch, if we're close, that's fine with me.
Thank you, David. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how long company will spend with each of the intervener witnesses, but we'll see. Thank you.
Oh, all right, you bet.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Downs. How are you?
I'm just fine, thanks. Yourself?
Good, thank you.
That's good.
All right, it's 9 a.m. Before we go on the record, Mr. Lee, we'll just quickly check in with the parties. Is there anything to discuss off record before I'll go over the varying emails I received with documents in a second when we go on the record, just to clarify what was supplied.
Yeah, and I would like to discuss the documents that Ms. Lynch sent and is asking to be put into the record.
Okay. All right, well then nothing else off the record, then we'll go on the record. And this is day 2 of the public hearing in 23-00231 UT, EP's application for transportation electrification from 2024 to 2026. I received a number of emails yesterday. I'm just going to go over them in no particular order, just based on when I got the emails. And we'll probably have some discussion about what was supplied. So, Ms. Lynch, I received a corrected Exhibit 1, which is Mr. Madsen's testimony, right?
Correct.
And that includes the some of the exhibits that were missing from the originally filed document.
Well, I just want to correct your statement because the originally filed document, when the direct testimony was due, contained those exhibits, TM3, 4, and 5. For whatever reason, the document that was supplied and uploaded for the rescheduled hearing did not contain TM3, 4, and 5. So the only changes made were to the Exhibit 1 so that they contain TM3, 4, and 5.
Well put. That's what I understood happened, so that's good. All right, and then now the second one, and this may elicit, Ms. Olson indicated just before we started that she would like to discuss the subject. There was another document, which was I guess let's do this. Is there any objections to the corrected Exhibit 1, which is the Madsen testimony? I think that's probably a question for you, Ms. Olson.
Yeah, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I mentioned previously that I have objections to the reports that are attached to his testimony, and intend to raise those objections when Ms. Lynch seeks to introduce the testimony into the record through Mr. Madsen. I don't know if that would be an appropriate time to make those objections. I understand they're likely to be overruled.
Right, and Brian, thank you for clarifying, Ms. Olson, that we're not actually at the point of admitting his testimony because we're just having a preliminary discussion. Okay, so that's Madsen's direct. And I guess for clarity of the record, we discovered that this problem existed yesterday as CCAE, Ms. Lynch and Mr. DeSalen were trying to ask some questions about EPE witnesses, and they discovered that there was missing documents from what was uploaded to Dropbox. So that's how we got to where we are now. But right, so we'll address that objection when Mr. Madsen appears and presents, and CAE seeks for admission of Exhibit 1. As to the other document, which is, I'm just trying to, okay, this is the other document. Ms. Lynch was, I have to go up to the email, sorry. Titled NMED Exhibits 47. And then I opened that today, and it looks like there it is. This is a different report than what's attached to Mr. Madsen's testimony, it appears. Or is it the same?
Correct. It's my understanding is that it's a different report and produced and commissioned by the state to provide various forecasts and assessments based upon those forecasts and studies of the clean car rules.
Okay.
And so, you know, that came up in the context yesterday of examining forecasts that exist and were used for this current test.
Right. And you had asked that this document be admitted through administrative notice, correct?
Correct. Yep.
And Ms. Olson,
oh.
well, go ahead, keep going, Ms. Lynch.
You know, it is an exhibit that was used in the Clean Cars rulemaking and relied upon, which is why it's being submitted as an exhibit. And I cleaned up, you know, exhibits I think it was 45 through 48 of NMED's exhibits used to include only the report.
Okay, so but just for clarity, for my purposes, the document that I received in the email was yesterday at 9:55 p.m. titled NMED Exhibits 47. That's the cleaned up version.
Yes.
Okay. So Ms. Olson, any objection to this document?
Yeah.
Mr. Examiner.
Ms.
Excuse me, this is
Stevens, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Anastasia Stevens, and I don't think she just send that one to you, because all I've got from Miss Lynch from yesterday evening is at 9:56, which is something just labeled clean car rules, and it is just
Yeah,
rule.
there's two. So if you scroll down on that email,
Oh,
Ms.
farther,
Stevens,
oh, got it.
yeah, those
Okay,
were shared,
thank you.
by Google Drive, so it appears as a
Okay.
hyperlink, which then, and I understand
Got
why
it.
people do that because you get size limitations on emails or
Got it.
whatever.
No, I appreciate that. I'm sorry for being stupid.
No, it's okay. No, I
Go-
had the
go-
same.
go-
Would you like a few adjectives?
I had the same experience this morning. I was like, wait a minute, where are the other things? And then I had to go down and I saw the blue links. So it's fine.
And they were supplied as documents, but Google turned them into links because of the size, apparently.
Yeah, no, I understand. It does appear, and I can probably do this myself this time, but moving forward for the future, and to the extent to which you have other hearing examiners, you can let them know. You know, Ms. Stevens did upload everything to Dropbox, and I think if you click the link where if you can download it all again. So my point of saying this is that it does in fact update in real time, which is fairly useful. It requires you to download everything again, I think, but I don't know. Well, but I'll put it up so that Mr. Lee is sure to have access to all these documents for purposes of compiling the final record. All right, so Ms. Olson, this NMED Exhibit 47 that Ms. Lynch supplied. Any objections?
I object to having this be at all attached to this hearing. It's clearly hearsay. It's a report prepared by entities that are not involved in this rulemaking. It hasn't even been the subject of any cross-examination. And I would also, in this hearing, I would also object because this is a document that was prepared by some party to a completely separate rulemaking in front of a separate entity. It was offered as an exhibit by a party in furtherance of their case. That party was subject to direct and cross-examination on this document. We don't have the benefit of that examination. We don't have the benefit of NMED explaining the assumptions, and it's not clear to me. This is the Clean Cars 2. It was a combined 2-entity rulemaking, one in front of the statewide Environmental Improvement Board and 2 in front of the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Joint Air Quality Control Board. And so to the extent this document informed either the statewide rulemaking or the City of Albuquerque-Bernalillo County specific rulemaking, the assumptions that Ms. Lynch would seek to pull from this are not relevant to El Paso Electric Company's service territory. And then finally, it's a 650-page document, and I'm afraid that it will unnecessarily confuse and clutter the record when it wasn't prepared for purposes of this hearing. It has no bearing on the transportation electrification statute or the Commission's transportation electrification rule, and the potential harm and prejudice from confusion of having this report in the record far outweighs any probative value it could have.
Ms. Lynch?
Reports of other government agencies under the rules of evidence are allowed to be admitted. This is a document that Mr. Madsen can speak to and defend and relied upon. It also contains relevant information regarding the forecasts that exist for EVs in New Mexico and which is inclusive of EPE's territory. And that is why we're relying upon admitting this published report of the state of New Mexico in this hearing.
May I respond briefly?
Sure.
This report isn't attached to Mr. Madsen's testimony. Mr. Madsen has not testified to this report, and so I don't think that any of that is relevant because he hasn't provided testimony on this. To Ms. Lynch's representation that this is a published report, isn't accurate. This is a document that was submitted into evidence in a separate proceeding. And it was a document that NMED admitted. We can see from the caption, it was an exhibit entered into by a party to a rulemaking for consideration by the fact finder in that case as part of the rulemaking. And so unlike a statute or a rule or a order, which would be appropriate to take administrative notice, I think it's an abuse of the administrative notice rule to take administrative notice of some hearsay document that parties don't have the benefit of examining the author of the document, the assumptions that go into any sort of projections that are provided in that report.
Yeah, it's interesting. 1.2.2.35 D1A says the commission and presiding officer may take administrative notice of rules, regulations, administrative rulings, publish reports, licenses and orders of the commission and other governmental agencies. But I don't understand this. Just Ms. Lynch, you can perhaps clarify. This is not a published report or order of the governmental agency, unless you would disagree with that. I mean, I've only read what this first page says, which says prepared by the Eastern Research Group in Concord, in Massachusetts, for the NMED, but that doesn't say that it was, at least I'm just reading the first sentences, like that doesn't mean that it is an order or report of the NMED. Am I wrong about that, or?
It's a report used in the administrative ruling that was commissioned by NMED. Any report commissioned by a state agency becomes a report of that agency, is what I would argue here. I offered it as it arose yesterday in the context of the forecasts that are used for New Mexico's EVs and the adoption rates. It is not relied upon by Mr. Madsen. It only came up within that context, which is why I asked for administrative notice to be taken. The state must, by law, conduct an impact analysis, and that's what this is.
I would just continue to object that, I mean, you don't even know if EIB accepted this report or accepted any of the information in the report as credible. It's pure hearsay, and Ms. Lynch's representations about this report, as far as I know, she has no direct knowledge, and we don't have anyone here from the New Mexico Environment Department to lay foundation for this report, to explain the assumptions that are in here. It is precisely what the rules of hearsay are in place to protect against.
The report was admitted to the hearings before the commissions for the Clean Car Rules.
I don't know what commission you're talking about, but
The EIB, the board,
that's your
and the
representation.
Air Quality Control Commission. It is not my representation. It's in the record.
Yeah.
The Air
Okay.
Quality Control Commission
I understand.
has-
No, Ms. Olson, I know. I got the tenor of the disagreement. I mean, I understand what you're both arguing, and I'm not trying to cut you off.
I mean,
I'm just,
you know, D1D states decisions, records, and transcripts of other commission proceedings may be administratively noticed.
does that mean commission, the commission, or any commission?
I don't know what it means, only that it's in other commission proceedings.
We don't even have
Yeah,
the
so hold on, wait a minute. Also, let me respond to that. I think that D provision, decision records and transcripts and other commission proceedings, would be the one that folks typically point to say, you know, this happens all the time with Ms. Nanasi and New Energy Economy. you know, in this case, PNM was saying this, and we're not satisfied that that's in fact consistent with what they're doing here. And, you know, that provision D allows us to sort of accept records and proceedings from other PNM proceedings. And this is just a recent example I'm utilizing. So I'm not sure that that D is intended to encompass, you know, just the amorphous commission of any kind that exists in the state of New Mexico. I think it's referring to this commission, the one that I'm employed by.
Hearing examiner, it is up to you to decide whether administrative notice may be taken. I offered this just within the context of forecasts that have been used by other state agencies and boards. If you don't want to admit this document, that is fine by CCAE. If you do, that is also fine by CCAE.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I'm not trying to I'm just trying to understand the administrative notice provision, because it comes up a lot, and it I don't know, it just feels like it should be developed further, be clearer, make one of those provisions that the commission could take a look at, and the chief of staff has like a team that's looking at all the varying provisions. So, Ms. Olson, anything final from you?
Well, I would just say that I think that the purpose of the administrative notice rule is to take administrative notice of a decision or of a rule or something that is in fact, or a published report. Like if you had a published journal article or something that the commission could review and draw its own conclusions from. Here, you have just effectively something akin to testimony by an entity that's not examined, you don't have the benefit of the commission or the Environmental Improvement Board's analysis of this document. You don't have the benefit of the witness who was cross-examined on this document to explain the assumptions or what value. And moreover, this report was commissioned with respect to issues that were before the board in the Clean Cars Rule hearing. We don't have any information of how those would be relevant to the issues before the commission in this case, which is pursuant to an entirely different legislative and administrative scheme. And so I just don't see that this has any value, and adding in a random 650-page document that will clutter the record and create unnecessary confusion, to me, it has no value.
Okay, so I understand what Ms. Olson's arguing, and I'm inclined to agree with much of what she says. But I will admit this document, subject to the criticism that its weight really ultimately is like certainly in doubt, because we don't know exactly what this document was intended for and whether it was approved. But the reason I feel inclined to admit it is because I could very much see the commissioners asking me the question, what are other agencies doing? They'll ask me that question. And it would be difficult to say, I don't know. Actually, I don't think I can say that. And as you're all probably intimately aware at this juncture, the new commissioners, highly professional individuals, fairly significant, I would say more than fairly significant, really significant depth of experience in utility practice, and sharp as tacks. I mean, they're really smart people. So, Ms. Olson, I assure you, I understand everything you're arguing, and the document will be given the weight that it is appropriate. So I'll take administrative notice of the document CCAE submitted. We should probably have an exhibit number. I mean, what exhibit is, how many exhibits do you have, Ms. Lynch? Can we call this one whatever the next number sequentially is for CCAE?
So yes, this would be, if we admit it for CCAE, this would be Exhibit 2. Travis Madsen's testimony is Exhibit 1.
Okay. So we'll admit this as CCAE Exhibit 2.
I can relabel that if you'd like.
No,
or-
it's not necessary. We'll work it out with Mr. Lee and figure out, make sure he has the document he needs.
Okay.
We'll just deal with that later. Okay, that's all from you, Ms. Lynch, correct, as far as updated documents, right?
Yes, I mean, I don't know if you need me to state it, but the clean car rules were admitted partially because they were asked for.
Okay. City of Las Cruces, I saw you uploaded a Dropbox. The compliance filings as separate documents as CLC 2 and 3, correct, Ms. Stevens?
Yes, and they were already in the Dropbox, Mr. Ryan.
good.
I just wanted them for everybody's convenience. I do have another question about administrative notice. I know this is a dangerous subject here, but it dawned on me when you were talking about making a complete record. I don't know whether we should put into the record the certification of stipulation and final order from case number 20-00241-UT.
Yeah, I
When you were
don't think
talking
that,
about the Supreme Court having difficulty finding.
Yeah, I understand.
reason- Yeah,
that to me would be, I don't think that's necessary. I mean, I can just remember when I was doing one of the cases, I think it was the regional Hayes rule case. And I did eventually figure out how to use it. I mean, thankfully that final order document, they're pronounced enough within eDocket that that's the kind of thing you should be able to find.
Okay.
It's when you get into like buried documents in testimony of witnesses coming out of the hearings, like, or not necessarily the hearings, but like, I think you understand what I'm getting at.
yeah,
Stuff
And
that's harder to locate.
yeah. And I have the kind of perpetual when I'm writing a Supreme Court brief, I tend kind of grit my teeth and don't put the Westlaw citation because
Yeah.
I know that the official one is the commission's, even
Right.
though it's easier to find in Westlaw.
Well, that's another task we'll take up at sooner or later, is to have
Yeah,
sort of an
and there
official
is a rule
citation
there is
format.
a-
One
There-
at a time, please.
Oh, there is an open rulemaking on rule 1.2.2. It wasn't on all these, I mean, there are obviously a million issues that weren't part of what was raised, but it could be expanded.
Yeah. All right, so then the only other thing, Ms. Stevens, that you supplied was a corrected Exhibit 1, which amended.
Yeah, and that was the corrections that we discussed at her testimony. Plus, I noted in the email to everybody that where those exhibits that are now that were removed were referred to as exhibits, I inserted references to CLC Exhibit 1, 2, and 3 instead, and I hope that that wasn't, going beyond the bounds of what was admitted yesterday. It's for the purpose, of course, of clarity.
Yeah, no, that was my understanding. Is there any objections to the CLC's updated exhibits? All right, and then Ms. Olson, you supplied a corrected Exhibit 8, a corrected Exhibit 6, and the errata to Exhibit 1. Is that right?
That's correct. And I only circulated those by email. I did not put them in Dropbox, but please let me know if you want me to also add them to Dropbox.
Yeah, I think that would be useful if you wouldn't mind, since I did see as soon as Ms. Stevens uploaded hers to Dropbox, I got a notification that they were in there. So Dropbox is updating and it will send. If you go in and try to download it all again, it will pull all the documents. So Ms. Lynch, if you could please do the same thing.
Okay.
And then we have it, but no matter what happens, Mr. Lee will get access to these things one way or another. All right. Anything further before we turn to Mr. Madsen?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm still unclear as to what CCA Exhibit 2 is. Is CCA Exhibit 2 20-2-91 NMAC and NMED Exhibits 47 attachment to Madsen testimony, or is Exhibit CCA 2 only NMED Exhibits 47 attachment to testimony of Madsen?
what I've referred to as exhibit and CCAE Exhibit 2 is the document that Ms. Lynch emailed to the service list yesterday evening at 9:55. That is NMED Exhibits 47 was the title of the document, and when she emailed it around. NMED Exhibits 47 will be referred to in this case as CCAE Exhibit 2.
Okay, then the clean car rules are not admitted.
She updated, my understanding, Mr. Black, is that she updated CCAE Exhibit 1, direct testimony of Travis Madsen, to include the clean cars rule because somehow that got jettisoned from the documents circulated via Dropbox. Ms. Lynch, have I spoken correctly?
That's not my understanding. The rules are, they were requested to be admitted, and so they are supplied as they could be labeled Exhibit 3. So
Sorry, what
were
are the rules?
included.
Could you be more specific when you say
The
what
clean car rules.
are the clean car rules? The thing attached to direct testimony of Travis Madsen that was omitted inadvertently?
No, the clean car rules are not in Travis Madsen's direct testimony.
Okay, so then are the clean car rules something other than what you titled in your email NMED Exhibit 447?
Yes, they are they were requested when I asked to take administrative notice of the clean cars rule and rulemaking. And so I supplied the clean car rules and I supplied the report that NMED is required by law to commission.
Okay, so there's a third thing. So the rules themselves are just literally the New Mexico Administrative Code.
Correct.
Yeah, no, we don't need to take administrative notice of the New Mexico Administrative Code. That's a body of law that's not subject to administrative notice, no more so than I would take administrative notice of 62A12. That's entirely unnecessary. Or I don't need to take administrative notice of the New Mexico Supreme Court's rulings on the commission's decisions on what the statutes that we interpret and implement mean.
Okay.
Supreme Court could not care if I want or want not to take administrative notice of those subjects. I am forced to reckon with them by the power of the New Mexico Constitution. Similarly, any rule that exists, I mean, this gets into our discussion about what does administrative notice do? It functions in one way so that we can have orderly and coherent proceedings that take account of prior commission proceedings so that this world that we exist in has some semblance of, breadth, right? Like we're just not in one proceeding, like that it happens in a context. It simultaneously exists so that the Superior Court can have the records they need to review. So there's that consideration that's built into this. But when you talk about purely legal things that are accessible via, the New Mexico Administrative Code, that is an entirely different animal. And I don't get to decide whether or not the Administrative Code is part of this proceeding. It is, and I have no say on that.
Okay, they were just requested.
Sure. I'm not trying to sort of lecture anybody here. For me, it's always interesting, like, what are we doing when we do administrative notice? And it's just to be clear about what the point of it all is important. So as you're preparing for these proceedings, you're thinking about, well, what do I need to submit via administrative notice? And what do I have to submit with my witness's testimony? And what do I have to submit in terms of prior commission determinations? That's a lot to think about, obviously. But the way administrative notice is what it's achieving, there is a purpose and it has multiple legs, but we don't need to do the administrative code or statutes or anything like that. And as to this gets to Ms. Stevens' question about, do we have to take administrative notice of the final order in the STIP from the last TEP? Well, she's asking a good question because it's like there's varying reasons we might, but then there's other reasons why we don't have to. So there we go. Mr. Black, clarity?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I also uploaded a revised version of my testimony to the Dropbox. Emailed it to Mr. Lee and to the rest of the participants. The change was the version that I had uploaded to the box did not have line numbers.
Yeah,
So
I
have
saw that.
added line numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Downs. I appreciate that. It'll make, we can, I assume no one will object to Mr. Downs' addition to line numbers in his testimony. So the record is easily perused.
In doing so, I added one mistake, and that is page 1 of my testimony is numbered page 14 at the bottom. It should have no number. It has number 14. I don't know how that happened.
And I this morning sent out the invite saying the hearing was supposed to begin at 8 a.m.
Yes.
We are only so much in control of the ghost in the machine, Mr. Downs. I think this is why anyone who's ever been so into the Warhammer things these days, the Titus, the Mechanicus and all that, it's a wild thing. Anyway, okay, thank you, Mr. Downs, for bringing that up. I think that's all the document discussion we have at the moment, correct? From everybody? Okay, good. On to substantive matters. We concluded Ms. LaRock and yesterday, now we go to CCAE, and you may call your witness, Ms. Lynch. Or Mr. DeSalen, excuse me. I get confused.
You got it right the first time, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
I did. Okay, I
I'll
see
be
you both.
taking a backseat to minute.
Go ahead, Ms. Lynch. And
CC, okay,
yes,
go
no,
ahead.
go. You said CCAE calls,
Oh, CCAE calls witness Travis Madsen.
and Mr. Lee, if you could swear him in.
I don't think I can
Mr.
hear
Madsen,
Mr.
if
Lee.
you would,
Oh,
if
there
you'd
we go.
raise your right hand, Mr. Madsen. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Madsen, please state and spell your full name for the record.
It's Travis Madsen, Travis Madsen.
Can you state your current position at SWEEP and describe your responsibilities?
I am the Transportation Program Director. So I oversee all the work that the organization does on improving the efficiency and saving money in the transportation sector writ large across 6 states.
Do you have before you what has been labeled Exhibit 1, your direct testimony?
Yes,
Was Exhibit 1 drafted by you or under your authority?
yes.
Do you have any corrections to make to Exhibit 1?
Yes, I have 3 corrections. First, which I think we took care of already, the version of the testimony that was in the Dropbox yesterday morning was inadvertently missing attachments TM3, 4, and 5. And I think the version you emailed around last night returns those attachments to the places they belong. Second, on page 51, line 5, I referred to attachment TM4 in describing how I came up with the EV deployment scenario presented in my testimony. That reference should actually read attachment TM3. And then lastly, on page 44 of my testimony, footnote 66 refers to a website by Atlas Public Policy, which contains public EV registration data organized by utility service territory in New Mexico. That data gets updated monthly, and it has been updated since I wrote my testimony. That website currently says that as of November 2nd, 2023, there were 1,181 EVs in EP service territory. So the text there should state that the average annual growth rate in cumulative EVs deployed has been 64% per year since 2017.
Thank you. Are your responses to the questions posed in your direct testimony the same today as they were when you wrote your testimony, save for those corrections?
Save for the corrections, yes.
Are your answers a true and accurate to your knowledge? If asked the same questions today, would those answers be the same given under oath?
Yes.
CCAE asked to admit Exhibit 1.
Any objections?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I just make my objection to the inclusion of, I'm not sure what they're marked in the testimony, but the two reports prepared by other entities that are attached to Mr. Madsen's testimony.
So we have Mr. Madsen's testimony. I just want to answer the question about what are they called, because that's concerning. Mr. Madsen's testimony is CCAE Exhibit 1. Attached to Mr. Madsen's testimony is a document called Exhibit TM-3. The title of that document is New Mexico's Advanced Clean Cars 2 program, and it has a date of July 2023. That document is part of Mr. Madsen's testimony, which is CCAE Exhibit 1. Ms. Lynch has just admitted a document this morning as CCA Exhibit 2. And that document is entitled New Mexico Advanced Clean Cars 2, Advanced Clean Trucks and Heavy Duty Omnibus Rules, Assessment of Economic Health and Environmental Impacts. The date on the first page of that is October 23rd, 2023. That is CCAE Exhibit number 2. Ms. Olson, it's my understanding what you're objecting to is the exhibit attached to CCAE Exhibit 1 and the entirety of Exhibit CCAE 2. Is that correct?
So I do object to CCAE Exhibit 2, which we've already established. I also object to, I believe it's labeled Exhibit TM2 and Exhibit TM3 to
Okay.
Mr. Madsen's testimony.
So all of the exhibits attached to Mr. Madsen's direct.
I don't object to his resume, which
Not
is
his
TM1.
resume.
Yeah.
Okay. So my ruling will be consistent with what I said earlier as to Ms. Olson's objection to what we are now referring to as CCAE Exhibit 2. These exhibits attached to Mr. Madsen's testimony gives context for policymakers in New Mexico, which at the very minimum, this hearing examiner and the commission need to have some background information about. Whatever is said in there is subject, obviously, to other substantive considerations. So, noting Ms. Olson's objections, I will admit CCAE Exhibit 1 with all of the attachments. And we've already admitted CCAE Exhibit 2, which is the other clean car report. Ms. Lynch, are there further exhibits to be admitted with Mr. Madsen?
That's the comprehensive list. And so at this time, I would hand our witness over for cross-examination.
Ms. Olson, you requested 30 minutes with Mr. Madsen.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm just gonna try to find, oh, there he is. Okay, good morning, Mr. Madsen.
Good morning.
I'm Carrie Olson. I'm outside regulatory counsel for El Paso Electric Company, who's the applicant in this case. I want to start by briefly talking about a number of these reports. So I'm going to start with the report attached to your testimony exhibit TM2. It's labeled electric vehicle cost benefit analysis.
Okay.
And can you tell me when this report was commissioned?
Well, we commissioned it in the fall of 2019 as New Mexico was considering adopting the first phase of the Advanced Clean Cars program.
Okay, and by we, who are you referring to?
Officially, it was the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project where I work and the Natural Resources Defense Council, which is another group that belongs to CCAE, the coalition.
Okay, and what was your specific role in developing this report?
I provided oversight along with other members of the coalition of the team that conducted the analysis. So basically from start to finish, the scope of the work, the assumptions included reviewed drafts of the report and approved and released the final version.
Okay, and you said this report was commissioned in connection with the initial Clean Cars rulemaking, is that correct?
Well, it was a coalition of advocacy groups that commissioned it, and we had an interest in the state proceeding with the Advanced Clean Cars program, and we thought the information would be useful, and so we commissioned the report to help inform the process.
And did CCAE intervene, or I'm not sure intervene is the right word, but participate as a party to that rulemaking proceeding?
I can't remember if it was formally CCAE or if it was just other members of the coalition participating in a different structure. But yes, many of the groups that belong to CCAE were official parties in that proceeding before the EIB, which I think happened in 2020.
Sure, and was that a joint proceeding with the Bernalillo County Albuquerque Air Quality Control Board as well?
Yes, it was all standard according to New Mexico law.
Sure. So do you understand that EIB and the Bernalillo County Air Quality Control Board are separate decision makers with separate jurisdictions?
I understand they're separate decision makers, and that if there's a statewide regulation that they have to cooperate in adopting a statewide rule.
I think that's not right, but we don't need to get into the legal of it.
Okay.
So did you participate as a witness in the original Clean Cars rulemaking?
No, but I was part of the advocacy team that helped develop the case.
And was this report admitted into evidence in that proceeding?
I believe so, but I can't say for sure without going back to check.
And I assume then you don't know whether or not either the EIB or the Air Quality Control Board relied on this report for their decision. If you don't know it's in evidence, I assume you don't know whether they relied on it.
I believe it's in evidence. I'd have to go back to the docket to confirm that. And they did adopt the rule. And the NMED presented a similar analysis that had some different assumptions in it, and that was also part of the docket, and the end result was the boards adopted the rule.
Sure. Okay, and then moving to your exhibit TR3. TM3, sorry. The copy I have doesn't have the label on it, but that's the New Mexico Advanced Clean Cars 2 program.
Yes.
And when was this report commissioned?
Early 2023.
And what was your involvement in development of this report?
Very similar to my involvement in the report that we just discussed, although SWEEP wasn't formally one of the groups that were paying the bills on this one, but similarly was part of a team that communicated with the ERM consultants who did the analysis. ERM is the same folks that MJ Bradley and it's MJ Bradley and Associates got acquired by a different company called ERM. So it was the same analysis team that did the earlier report. And we worked with them on similar reports in many different states, looking at the impact of both the Clean Cars 2 and Advanced Clean Trucks rules.
Okay, and the assumptions and forecasts that are provided in this report apply statewide, is that correct?
Yes.
There's no specific assumptions or numbers in here that pertain directly to El Paso Electric Company service territory, is that correct?
Other than the fact that El Paso Electric Company has a portion of its service territory that is within the state of New Mexico, no.
Okay. And as far as the recent Clean Cars 2 rulemaking hearing, did you participate in that rulemaking?
I was part of the team that prepared the case, but I was not a witness.
Okay. And so are you aware of the document that that your council admitted, NMED Exhibit 47, which I think is now CCAE Exhibit 2? Were you present at the hearing when that exhibit was, do you know if that exhibit was entered into evidence?
I believe it was. I see it listed in the docket on the EIB website, but I wasn't listening into the Zoom hearing when that moment happened. My counsel, Mr. DeSalian, I believe, may have been there, but I wasn't myself.
Okay, so you have no knowledge of whether or not, well, let me start with, is it your understanding that the New Mexico Environment Department is effectively a party to that case who was presenting evidence in the same way that your coalition was?
Well, I think it's a little bit different because it's the state of New Mexico and they were a formal sponsor of the rule. It's the governor's office that initiated the process, and the staff at the Environment Department did the work preparing the language of the rule and putting the case together. And what's now called Exhibit 2, I believe, is the impact assessment that the state is required to provide the EIB for any rulemaking request, like the Clean Cars and Clean Trucks rules.
So when you're referring to the state, though, you're referring specifically to the New Mexico Environment Department, which is the agency, is that correct?
Correct, the part of the executive branch that was doing a lot of the work.
Sure, and then the Environmental Improvement Board is the decision maker. Similar to here, EPE has submitted an application, staff to the utility, or to utility division staff to the commission is a participant in this rulemaking or in this adjudication, and the commission will ultimately be the decision maker. Is that how you understand the process? And if you don't know,
yes, it was the EIB and the Albuquerque Bernalillo County Air Quality Control Board that were joint decision makers.
Sure.
In that case.
And this report, your council has alluded to forecasts that are in this report. Can you point in CCA Exhibit 2 where those vehicle forecasts are?
I would have to dig up the specific page number. I don't know if you want me to do that in front of everyone right now. It would take a few moments. But I can tell you a little bit about what's in there. I think the part that would be interesting in this case is the state, in order to do its economic impact analysis and environmental impact analysis had to come up with projections for how many EVs would be deployed. And that, I think, is kind of the key piece of information that's buried in the 600 pages. That would be, if I were EPE and I was designing a transportation electrification plan, I'd want to know how, like, what do different folks think about how many EVs are there going to be on the road? And that's the specific thing in that report that I think would be useful. You know, if not for the decision in this case, I would hope at least that the EPE staff would take a look at it.
And do you know, well, first off, starting at just a high level, I'm assuming those again are either statewide forecasts to inform the EIB's decision or forecasts specific to Bernalillo County and the city of Albuquerque to inform the Air Board's decision. Is that correct?
I believe they're statewide.
Okay.
So, you know, you have to make some assumptions about how that would play out in EPE's territory. And that's one of the things that I took a crack at in my testimony.
Okay. And sorry, Mr. Lee, did you have something to say?
I just coughed.
Oh. And going to the assumptions that are in the statewide data, do you know the source of the vehicle forecast in that report?
I think it's all documented in the report. I think it's quite complicated. And I don't remember all of the details off the top of my head, but you know, I think the process of making an EV deployment forecast is complicated.
Okay. Okay, and then turning specifically to your testimony, and I'll just go to page 39 for a reference.
Okay.
So I read your testimony as generally suggesting that EPE should consider the impact of the Clean Cars 2 rule in its forecast for this plan. Is that correct?
Yes, both the Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule and the Advanced Clean Truck rule.
Okay, and I'm assuming you're familiar with the provisions of that rule?
In general, yes.
And are you aware of the applicability of that rule as applying to new vehicles with a sticker year of 2027?
So in the Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule, the requirement is, you know, roughly 24% of new light duty vehicles in the year 2026, aka model year 2027, which is within the term of this TEP. And the rule also contains some early action credit provisions that give manufacturers an incentive to get a head start. So I think it's definitely something that's going to be having an impact on what's happening in EP service territory during the 3 years of this proposed TEP.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for you.
Thank you.
It's Stevens. You asked for 7 minutes with Mr. Madsen.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Madsen. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Good. I want to thank you first of all for exchanging places with Ms. LaRock and coming back here again today. We are eternally grateful to you.
My pleasure.
I have just a couple of questions to raise with you. The first is about your testimony in general. You're aware, aren't you, that an EPE has spent actually spent about $278,000 out of a budget of $1.2 million for its first TEP? Are you familiar with that testimony?
I don't have the direct numbers in front of me right now, but that sounds like what I remember from when I read the initial filing.
But you are proposing to increase EPE's requested $14 million budget for 3 years by approximately 100% to 28 million, aren't you?
I think it's closer to 27 million in my testimony, but yes, I'm roughly proposing, oh, it's 28 million. You're right. I am proposing roughly double the budget.
And have you seen anything in EPE's performance under the first transportation electrification plan that would indicate that it could spend that much money if that amount were authorized by the commission?
I think it's possible that the company could spend that amount of money, but again, if you read my testimony, what I'm attempting to do here is give enough headroom for scale to happen. I don't want the company to get anywhere near the top budget number. I want transportation electrification efforts to proceed smoothly and uninterrupted by any hiccups that could occur if the company doesn't request a large enough budget. So what they actually spend is going to be less than 28 million. But if 28 million were available, I think that would give the company a really good runway to start accelerating progress and moving towards the scale that we're going to need to deliver on New Mexico's climate goals.
And do you understand that under the rate recovery mechanism that the company has proposed in this case and that was approved under a stipulation in the previous case, by setting that top dollar number, budget number, you're basically writing a blank check for the company to spend that much money, ratepayers' money within the 3 years?
Well, I don't consider it a blank check. I think most of the budget is for programs that require an EV to be deployed. And if an EV is deployed and being used, it's going to be generating revenue that will go back into the system and help pay for the work that needs to happen to accommodate the growth of electric transportation. So I think the more of those actual infrastructure deployment expenditures the company can make, the better. I am also concerned about the scale of the bill impacts that customers would see, and that's one of the reasons why I suggested that the commission take a look at amortizing the capital costs that are a part of this plan. So, in this, we were talking about this yesterday in the current TEP at the budget proposed by the company. We're talking at like, a couple of bucks a month that customers are going to be paying for this plan over the next 3 years. Let's say we get to the next DEP and it's 10 times bigger than this one, and we're up in the like $100-200 million range. Then we're talking $20 a month. I think those costs are going to start to get tough to be, recovering as operations and maintenance expenses, recovering them in 1 year. I think it'll be a lot easier to make the math work out for ratepayers if we use some amortization tools to spread those costs out over a longer period of time. But I definitely do not consider this a blank check. I think it is a business activity of the company that will generate revenue, and if they do it well, ratepayers will win. And most of my testimony is providing some advice on how that can be done in a perhaps slightly better way than the original proposal.
And I know that you work with you said six states, but is there anything in the New Mexico regulatory scheme or the New Mexico statute or rule that says that a single penny of the additional revenues that you're talking about are reinvested in utility as opposed to being returned as profit to EPE's shareholder?
So I'm not current on exactly what the regulatory commission has done with the decoupling. There's a revenue decoupling rule that I'm not sure if it's been implemented or not. If that rule has been implemented, there's a mechanism to return that extra revenue to customers. If that hasn't been implemented yet, and I'm sorry, I don't know what the status of that is, then the process of returning that revenue happens during rate cases. And both of those are a little bit outside of my general area of practice, and I can't provide any more details about that right now.
And if it were to be treated at, you just mentioned casually $100 million, that this could scale up to $100 million, transportation electrification.
Easily.
Easily. Okay. Do you know what EP's total revenues in New Mexico are currently?
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Would you be concerned if the number that you were contemplating as being dedicated to transportation electrification were 50% of EP's total revenues? Hypothetically.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I think that it would have to be designed in a way that it was aligned with the deployment of actual electric vehicles and charging infrastructure. But yes, I think that this is an energy efficiency measure. It's going to save society money. It's going to benefit ratepayers. It's going to provide a bunch of benefits, which I outline in my testimony. And unlocking those benefits is the point of the TEP. And yes, I think the goal here is to proceed from where we're at to the point where every vehicle is electrified. Every suitable vehicle is electrified. And I think that the amount of money it's going to take to do that is very large, but it's going to be a net benefit to society.
Okay, thank you. It's like all my
Thank-
questions. Thank you. Time's up.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Just making sure I'm reading the column correctly. It doesn't appear as though staff has requested any time with Mr. Madsen, so it'll just be me at this point, and then any redirect Ms. Lynch might have. Mr. Madsen, yesterday, Ms. Rodriguez from the company, what she said when there was inquiry, it wasn't just me, it was good who else to ask the question, but she said, one of the problems with granting a budget that the company might not be able to spend is that this will then cause the appearance that their program is unsuccessful. Right? So if it's like minimal subscriptions, I mean, Ms. Stevens literally just did that, right? She asked you, and I understand the point. I'm not diminishing it, but it's like, if we look at the results, it doesn't align with the notion that we need to double this budget. I mean, the results of the EP's experience thus far. It doesn't align with the assertion that we need to double the budget. I mean, I understand that argument exactly. So can you respond to that when what Mr. Rodriguez's concern is?
Yeah, I think that goes back to the performance measures. I think that it's a mistake to think of spending all of the budget as good performance. So I almost think that the total budget number is not like that shouldn't be part of the conversation about how well EP is doing or not doing. What we should be looking at is just simply how many EVs are on the road, how many kilowatt hours are they consuming, how effectively is the company energizing new charging stations, assisting customers and capturing the benefits that are available to them from switching to an EV. And we shouldn't be talking about the total budget number at all when we're evaluating the company's performance.
Okay, so your metric is EVs on the road effectively. That would be the most. Okay.
Yeah, within the company service territory, and I think it's easiest to talk about the ones that are registered and housed in the territory, but there's also going to be ones that are traveling through. That's also part of the equation, and enabling all of that, basically everything that the transportation system is doing now, enabling it all to happen on electricity is the goal.
Yesterday, Ms. LaRock had some dialogue with Ms. Olson about, underutilization of charging stations that the city has installed. And I think she said something to the effect of, some of those charging stations are utilized at a level of about 3%, whatever the metric is. I'm pretty sure she said 3%. And in any case, very low. What she was saying was, look, we've got all these, and she was making the point in the context of the DAR, the demand response proposal offered here by the company, and said, well, look, if we make it cheaper at these DCFC stations, then these level 2s, I mean, my level 2s will be in a total desert environment, literally. Well, not literally, figuratively. I suppose they literally already are in that. But basically, you're just incentivizing someone to not use the thing I just spent money installing. And I guess my question to you is, I mean, I'm not convinced, and I completely acknowledge this is just sort of my intuition functioning as well, but I just need to have someone address it. Like, Ms. LaRocque is telling us that there has not been uptake in the way that she would like to see. And I wonder to what extent that is basically a cost of the people can't afford EVs.
Yeah, well, so I'm not particularly concerned about low utilization of individual charging stations. I think the point of providing public charging is to convince people that an EV can work for them, or convince a company that an EV can work for whatever travel pattern that they need to have in their daily business. So the kind of key decision point that I think a lot of the public charging infrastructure and a lot of the outreach and marketing and advisory services programs that the company is running should be aimed at convincing customers to replace a fossil fueled vehicle with an electric one. Once you do that, then you're committed to using that AV, and it'll unlock the benefits. So in the beginning, I'm sure that there's going to be a bunch of public charging stations that have low utilization factors. That will change as the number of EVs on the road start growing. But I think, in my life, I do 95% of my charging at home. I have the option of being able to charge my vehicle in a garage, and not everyone has that option. So that there is a need for public charging in cases where folks don't have a place to put their car with an individual charger. But also it's a psychological thing. If people see chargers out there in the public realm, they will start thinking about, hey, maybe I could use an EV in my life. And that's where the benefits are going to come from an effective transportation electrification plan.
I guess my question sort of dovetails into your point about, or the disagreement, and I've read your testimony about the EV rebate discussion, whether or not this utility should provide funds to help folks actually purchase electric vehicles. But I guess what I really am asking you is, should we look at the results so far and be disheartened?
I think the faster we go, the better. I also don't want to underestimate how big of a shift this is. I think it's going to be a psychological hurdle for a lot of folks to think about changing technology that's been part of their daily lives forever. But I think it's also worth doing, and it's possible. And one of the ways that we can start unlocking a new way of thinking is by helping more people get into EVs. I think the city of Las Cruces' car sharing program that they're doing with Fourth is an excellent tool to expose more people to EVs. I also think that, as I recommend in my testimony, offering a low-income EV rebate, which I think I suggested capping at 50 individual rebates, that would be a great marketing tool. The company could advertise that these are available, and putting 50 EVs on the road is great, but increasing the visibility of the opportunity is also part of the point.
Yeah, and I sort of was having that discussion with Ms. Rodriguez the other day, and I also kind of left that conversation wondering to myself, we have this problem where you have all these data from places where the sort of more affluent parts of the country where maybe electrification has happened faster, and New Mexico isn't like those parts of the country. And is there value if EP offered like that kind of a thing, just to collecting data on to see how folks with low income use the cars.
I think so. I think you know, like a lot of these programs, we're learning as we go, and trying new things is important.
And I guess I'm just wondering too, I mean, is there value to EPE kind of just sticking its neck out and doing something that nobody else has yet done? Because until someone does it, it's just always going to remain kind of this nascent thing. I mean, it just strikes me there's a way to look at all of this as like an opportunity to do research too. You can utilize a utility functioning in a place like Las Cruces to see what you know, in uptake there is for you know, 46% of the customers are within 200% of the low federal poverty line. I mean, that's a fairly astonishing figure. I mean, I guess
Yeah,
I'm asking you if you agree.
I mean, yeah, I think it would be really interesting. You know, one idea might be to see what the utility could do, partnering with auto dealers and getting some of those used EVs that are coming from states like California or Colorado that are up above 20% new EV sales, and getting some of those used EVs down into Las Cruces and surroundings, and making them available to customers down there. I think there's a lot of opportunity to help customers capture benefits. Getting a hold of an EV, it's going to get easier and easier as more and more of them get made. And I think now is the time to think through how can we do this smoothly, efficiently, and effectively so that we can pull forward as many of the benefits that are available as possible for customers in the service territory.
If we imagine the customer who hears about the low income EV rebate purchase and gets incensed about, you know, like let's just imagine them the hypothetical, like, look at the government is giving these people cars, this is outrageous. You know, I can imagine there is some degree to which that exists out there. What is the response? I mean, how do you respond to that individual? Because they're raising legitimate concerns, and I'm just wondering what your take on it is, and what's the answer to that kind of an objection?
Well, I mean, I suppose in my work life, I see people expressing various opinions that are not always positive about electric transportation in the media around different points of the state. And I just think it points to the need for the utility, for the auto industry, for advocates like myself, basically everyone that's involved in the electric transportation ecosystem, to effectively communicate that there's a good reason to do this, that you can save money, that you get cleaner air, you get quieter streets, you get less climate change. And there's a reason why we're doing this. It's not a giveaway for no reason. There's a point. Right.
And if I understand correctly, I mean, the argument would be something like even the ratepayer who doesn't have or is excluded, and not intentionally, but it's just not, you know, you're going to offer so many rebates. Just because you didn't get one, that doesn't mean you're not benefiting. It just means that like the benefits that are accruing from this are coming to you in ways that are probably not as visible to the typical ratepayer. Is that right?
Yeah, the bill savings thing I think is a difficult topic to communicate. You know, particularly when there's a rider on a customer's bill. I think eventually we're going to need to get to a place where we're doing this as part of the utility's regular course of business and not collecting the funds on a rider, but that's where we're at right now. So I think, you know, we got to stick with the rider for the moment. When we get to huge scale, maybe we start just rolling this into the regular course of business.
Right.
And then, you know, and then I think the other, even things like, you know, a city showing off an electric garbage truck and saying, look how awesome this is when it comes through your neighborhood. It's quiet and clean. Like, that's important too.
I want to ask a question about outreach, but I want to just stick with the rebate idea, the purchase rebate for the low income customers. Should the commission have any concerns about EPE's ability to coordinate such a program in a way that will be perceived as fair? And, you know, in other words, like, should we be concerned that, you know, the commission is effectively kind of throwing itself into being disabused by the public and complaining. Will they be able to pull it off if you're authorized to do that rebate program in a way that everyone's like, okay, yeah, this is fair. I see how they're doing this.
I
Do you
suppose I
understand my
look,
question?
I think so. And I suppose I look at EV rebates just as any other kind of efficient appliance rebate. And the company has experience doing appliance rebate programs. I have no concerns that they would, I'm sure they would be able to do this. You know, it might prove popular and they might want to expand it. And I think that would be a interesting discussion to have. But yeah, I think that demand would be there. And I'll leave it up to the commission whether that's a stance that they would want to take. But I think there's value in doing this.
With the outreach budget, in the last TEP, I obviously you're probably aware. I think you were involved in the last TEP, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So they came in with an initial budget for outreach, and my reaction to that was, we need to just be out there doing as much outreach as is humanly possible, because of the low level of uptake is what indicates we need more, not less. And I guess I asked Ms. Rodriguez that question yesterday, and I said, was that the correct call to recommend, basically doubling the outreach budget? And her answer was, yeah, definitely. And as a matter of fact, had you not done that, we would have run out of funds. So I just want to know your position on the subject on outreach. Do you agree that really there's not enough that you could spend to do the outreach measures?
Yes, I appreciated the position that you took in the previous case, and that your work in advocating for that decision before the full commission. And I'm glad that that outreach budget was increased. And I think that it's even more important to do more on that front now, and particularly on the advisory services level, as I go through in my testimony. And I think one of the top reasons why now is an even better time to be doing this is because of the Inflation Reduction Act. There is a practically unlimited pot of federal money out there for vehicles and charging equipment, for residential, for commercial, for all sorts of different applications. And my experience is that stakeholders might be vaguely aware of some of these opportunities, but haven't really absorbed what could be possible if they went after some of the funds that are there. And I think there's a role for the company to play to help people identify opportunities that they might be overlooking, and then walk them through how to get the job done. And that's what I think a lot of the doubling the advisory services budget would be helpful for. Pulling in a bunch of additional money that's just sitting there waiting for companies or individuals in southern New Mexico to go get. They just need a little help to figure out how to do it. And the utility is well positioned to help with that.
I asked Ms. Rodriguez yesterday too, or no, I asked Ms. LaRock, because obviously the position for the city is, is to do the opposite of much of expanding. But then it's not a critical statement. I know their position and I understand why they're taking it. I asked Ms. LaRock yesterday, well, do you trust the group that EP's put together? I thought Ms. Rodriguez was a very impressive witness, and I was really impressed. She seemed incredibly knowledgeable, and her answers were efficient, and she spoke well. Do you have so it strikes me that they've got a very competent person if she's running the show over there. And do you have that confidence as well, that the commission can be comfortable if you give the money to EP, they're going to use it wisely? Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I think Ms. Rodriguez is doing a great job, and I think she needs help. I think that the job is very big, and it seems like EP needs more staff working on transportation electrification. I think that's part of the point of authorizing a larger budget, is to get some more people working with Ms. Rodriguez or under Ms. Rodriguez to do more of the work that's necessary to accelerate EV deployment in southern New Mexico.
That's what I heard too. I'm glad to hear you say that. That's kind of what the subtext of her testimony was communicating to me. So, all right. Well, Mr. Batson, that was very useful. Those are all my questions. Pleasure, sir.
Thank
It's
you
fun
very much.
talking with people who know about this stuff. It's fascinating, cutting edge. I see Ms. Stevens.
Yeah, trying to wave my hand here because
Yeah.
I'm looking for the little button on the bottom. I'm not finding it.
Sure.
I do have a couple of questions on your questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner. May I?
Sure. Miss Lynch, would it be acceptable for Miss Stevens to ask my questions and I can go to
Or-
you for any
or-
redirect?
Or she can go
That's
first. I
fine.
just want to make sure you don't release him.
No, let's just Miss Stevens, you go, and then to the extent to which your questions prompt Miss Lynch to maybe want to ask something, that'll be productive.
Okay, so Mr. Madsen, in your answer to the hearing examiner, you said that this is the time to do this because there's a practically unlimited pot of federal money. Given that there's a practically unlimited pot of federal money, how do you justify asking New Mexico ratepayers to come up with, in your case, $28 million over 3 years, in the company's case, almost 15 million, to support rebates for individual vehicle owners?
So there is that practically unlimited pot of federal money, but I think that without some additional action, a lot of that money is going to sit there, and people that could take advantage of it aren't going to do it. And we need the utility to kind of light a spark. And that's so 50, I think 50 EVs is what I was talking about in my testimony that would get a utility rebate. That's not a very big number. I don't think it would make a huge difference in terms of the number of EVs on the road, but it could make a really big difference in terms of visibility.
And can I ask a follow-up question real quickly? Because what you're saying is making me think something, Ms. Stevens, and I'll give you what time you need because we've got plenty of time. But I mean, is what you're saying for the utility to sort of, I like the word spark. I mean, it's kind of a nice play on words, but because the point of interface that the residential customer has with the electricity system, it's always been the utility. And like, in that sense, that's kind of like an intuitively basic concept for the customer to go to the utility. Like why not some other place, or why not like, the car dealership? Well, that's not where they're used to dealing with electricity. I'm just trying to like think through that. Is there any merit to that sort of idea?
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, I think all the energy efficiency programs that EPA runs, that customers interface with the utility about matters involving their home or business power supply and how to use it effectively. And part of the TEP, I think, is partnering with the auto dealers so that when customers go into a car dealership, they see an EV and they see a EPA stand that has a charging station and like an explanation of how to go about integrating EV into your life in a way that works.
Yeah. And I think this gets to your point, and then I'm just trying to have a dialogue, frankly. But now Ms. Stevens, I'm sure will have more questions. But like, when you think about what I was just reading recently about Green Mountain Power's giving battery storage to people in New England. I'm sure it was Vermont, and the concept was, well, it's just cheaper for us to put batteries in your house than it is to dig new lines for distribution system upgrades. And I don't know the full details, but that led me believe like, it's so strange to think that like the power company is going to be owning a thing that's inside your house and like plays some meaningful role. And I guess that's your point earlier about this is a fundamental shift. Like, yes, if it's weird for people to think that the electric company is giving rebates for EVs, like yes, that is strange, but that is in fact the future. I mean, is that right?
Yes. And it's just like any other appliance. It's like an air conditioner or a HVAC system, electric, any kind of electric appliance that you plug into your house.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Ms. Stevens, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You're heading in the direction you're going, but let me go back to a clarifying point. When you started the discussion with Mr. Ryan right here, you said that that communicating or having the utility communicate these benefits is important. And I understand that, but it seems to me that if there's this unlimited pot of federal money, why shouldn't the role of the utility be the outreach component, hooking up the customer with this money and with automobile dealerships, rather than having additionally having other customers who, as you know, 45% of them are also low income, be the ones paying for your car.
Yeah, it's a good question, Ms. Stevens. Thank you for asking that.
So I suppose I look at this as like not what less can the utility do, but what more can they do? Like there's not one individual strategy that's going to make the difference. It's kind of like you got to try everything and see what makes the biggest impact. And you know, I wouldn't ever say that we're going to do outreach to the exclusion of infrastructure or outreach to the exclusion of you know, a limited vehicle rebate program. We should do it all and do it all at the same time. And you know, it's a long-term process. The first couple of years of marketing, I would argue that it had an effect, because if you look at EPE's vehicle projection, their projection for the rate of EV deployment from the first TP to this one, it's like 3 times bigger in this one. And I think it's pretty clear where we're going. And I would give credit to the utilities marketing efforts for helping to push things in that direction. And for me, it's just, we need to do more. We need to do more of this. We need to do more of that. It's all going to add up to a whole that's bigger than its parts. And I absolutely think that what you're doing at Las Cruces is critically important. In particular, the work with the transit agencies and the vehicle car sharing program for those, what is it, like 8% of people in Las Cruces who don't have access to a personal vehicle. We got to do all of it.
And once again, doing all of it, does that necessarily require having ratepayers give more money to pay for their neighbor's car? Do you see?
I see what you're saying.
And the hearing examiner raised that earlier. You know, and I'm not going to ask you about the legal. Well, actually, I'm going to ask you about the aspects of it, just the societal, the psychological impacts of asking, you know, one low-income person to pay a few bucks extra on their annual bill, maybe to support somebody else's brand new shiny car, or maybe secondhand shiny car.
So I hear what you're saying, and I think the public perception that some people might have that ratepayers are paying for their neighbor's car is a problem. And I think we need to do a better job communicating that what's actually happening here is that people who are driving EVs are paying for expansion of the infrastructure to deploy more EVs. And the reason this makes sense is because it's an energy efficiency measure. We're replacing wasteful expenditures on petroleum and all the infrastructure that exists around that with a more efficient way of getting around that will save everyone money. And it's not that ratepayers are paying for their neighbor's car. It's that ratepayers are paying to unlock an opportunity for everyone to save money on transportation, to breathe cleaner air, to have less climate change. And if we do it right, everyone comes out ahead, and the utility is one of the central players in unlocking the opportunity. And that means ratepayers are one of the central players in unlocking the opportunity.
Well, and I hear you on the doing it right. Do you know, I know you're not based strictly in New Mexico. Do you know whether this additional electricity that's going to be required to fuel these vehicles, at least at this point in time, is that necessarily going to come from cleaner energy, or is it going to be generated by EPE's existing gas-fired generating plants?
Well, EPE is also subject to the state's laws governing energy use in power generation. I forget the name of the bill off the top of my head, the Clean Power Act or something. Renewable Energy Act. So that law applies. And also, like, even if it didn't apply, the benefits of driving an EV, even if some of the power is coming from gas or coal or whatever, it's still a net step forward. So I'm personally more focused on just increasing the deployment of EVs, and I have confidence that the other laws are going to do their job on the generation side of things.
And now I'm going to ask you about the law because you said that you work in in 6 jurisdictions. How many of those other states in which you work have programs in which direct cash rebates are given to customers, whether low income or any customer, residential customer, for the purchase of an electric vehicle?
So the law is not clear in all the states on rebates toward the purchase of an electric vehicle, but all of them do rebates for electric appliances that are energy efficient. That's a common thing that utilities do in all of my states, and EVs are still pretty new. And so far in my region, it's Xcel in Colorado, and for a limited time, NV Energy in Nevada. We're offering vehicle
NV
rebates.
Energy. I'm sorry, NV Energy.
Yeah, NV Energy in Nevada had a limited vehicle rebate that's no longer in place. But those are the ones that have tried it, and I guess PNM. I'm not sure what the status of PNM's rebate is right now, but I know it's at least under discussion in the current TEP case. So I think it's a newer idea, and folks are trying it out, and we'll see what happens.
And in those 2 jurisdictions, Nevada and Colorado, was there a statute specifically authorizing or requiring such programs?
Neither of the statutes in Colorado or Nevada specifically authorize vehicle rebates. They're similar to the one that's in place in New Mexico, where they generally say utilities should incorporate into their business transportation electrification measures.
Yeah.
And there's details.
Well, that gives us some fodder for Mr. Ryan to give us instructions on briefing, because I don't want to ask you more about legal questions. My other question, though, is you throughout your testimony you referred, and just now you referred to the analogy to energy efficiency programs and home appliances. One of the questions I have about that analogy is, do you know which, I don't think you've testified in cases, at least off EPE cases, on the EE rule, the EE program, have you?
I generally focus on transportation, but I converse with my colleagues who work on other kinds of efficiency programs at utilities. And
do you know which? Do you know whether? How do you know? What is your understanding of how one demonstrates that an appliance is efficient, has a net efficiency to justify potentially giving that or rebating that to the client, to the customer rather?
I mean, there's a bunch of different ways that works, but one that most people are familiar with is EPA's Energy Star program, where they certify a subset of appliances as achieving a higher performance in terms of energy consumption. And, often utilities will pin their rebate programs to that designation. But when I think about EVs, like, I would give every single one of them an Energy Star award, because they're just plain more efficient than the fossil fueled counterparts. And I don't know, maybe we should do that. Maybe I should go tell EPE to just put an Energy Star sticker on every single EV.
Well, that would be convenient, wouldn't it? Do you have it? It's not your, you don't have any evidence in this, you haven't presented any evidence in this case, have you, that driving an electric vehicle, having a customer replace whatever they're driving now, let's assume, a low-income customer, because you're offering this, you would offer this to low-income customers, a low-income customer replacing whatever they're driving now with an electric vehicle will, over the lifespan of that electric vehicle, save money for the utility system. Do you have any evidence to that effect?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand your question. There's two places we could talk about money savings. One would be the driver of the vehicle, and the other one would be the ratepayer.
Yeah, the ratepayers as a whole, or the utility system, you could look at it as the utility, or you could look at it as the conglomerate of the utility and and all its customers, not the individual customer, because obviously we know the individual customer is likely to achieve savings.
So there's a section in my testimony where I go over the evidence behind that, and then I attached let's see here, attachment TM5, electric vehicles are driving rates down 2022 update, which is a report that looks at the results of a transportation electrification programs in California, where we have the best available information about the balance between what utilities are spending and what's coming in from EV drivers paying for electricity. And additionally, attachments TM2, TM3, and TM4 contain an analysis of what you might be able to expect in New Mexico in general, in terms of the balance between what ratepayers are putting in and what they get back. And those show that it's positive. Although I do think that in this EPE case, there's some discussion to be had about, whether the balance between cost recovery and additional money coming in is set up in the right way. And that's why I suggested we might want to look at using amortization to kind of line up the cost recovery better with the increased revenues that are coming in from EV charging, so that the customer bill impacts don't look rocky, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. One very last question. When you talk about an amortization, what kind of a return for the time value of money would you include?
Well, I would hope that the utility would propose including what they normally do for capital investments. I don't think I know. I wasn't in the last EPA rate case, so I'm not really sure what the utility has in there for the time value of money. But weighted average cost of capital is what I typically see utilities using in other states, and I think it's appropriate to include that in there. Because it does, the utility would be providing a service to customers and using its credit rating to finance some of these infrastructure investments. And I think everyone's, if you set it up right, and the commission would have to, I think, carefully look at the details of any such proposal. But I think you could set it up in a way where everyone comes out ahead.
Do you consider an electric vehicle or an electric bicycle owned by a customer to be infrastructure?
I would call those appliances, and then infrastructure I would call the like wires and conduit and concrete pads and transformers, et cetera. That's infrastructure.
And under your proposed individual rebates for vehicles, would they be considered O&M costs, or would they be considered infrastructure costs? If your 15 cars at $4,000 a piece were approved by the commission, how would you view that?
I think that would be a decision for the commission to make. Right now, under the utilities proposal, everything is treated as an O&M expenditure. So if the commission stuck with the utilities proposal for cost recovery, then those rebates would be an O&M expenditure. I think you could argue that they're capital, but I didn't say anything about that one way or another in my testimony. And I think the commission would need to take a look at that.
Were you listening? And I'm going a little field here, so if Mr. Ryan would give
Well,
you-
we just need to take a break for a benefit of our.
One little question here.
Sure.
Because Mr. Mattson knows a lot of stuff from other jurisdictions. Were you listening to Ms. LaRock testify yesterday, Mr. Mattson?
I was, although I was a little distracted since I was riding the bus home.
You were riding the bus. She would be internally grateful to you, especially if it were an electric bus.
I haven't electrified all the buses yet. Sorry.
So she mentioned that one of the concerns about the proposed e-bicycle program is that the customer owns that appliance, as you call it, and if it's a vehicle, the customer therefore can go and sell it and not keep it as a benefit to the EP service territory. Do you have a comment on whether that issue has been considered either by yourself or particularly in the two programs where you've actually seen EV rebates? Because I think that's really important.
So I don't think there's anything you can really do about that, but I mean, I think there's a couple of steps you could take. One, like I recommended in my testimony, would just be to limit that rebate to the people who are in most need of transportation. So the lowest income people who don't have their own car, people who live in a place where a bike would actually be a useful transportation tool. That would be one way to, I think, reduce the risk that the persons might sell the bike. The other way, I think, is just to make it clear that like one customer, one bike. And if there's going to be some people that abuse it, at least it wouldn't be all the bikes. But I think the places that I've seen roll out e-bike incentives, they've been very popular, and they do increase the number of e-bikes that you see on the road. And you won't be able to tell whether it's the person who riding the bike who got the rebate or whether they sold it to their friend, but you definitely see more of those bikes on the road after rebate programs are in place.
And does the same obtain in the Nevada and Colorado jurisdictions where they have e-vehicle rebates?
Yeah, there's no mechanism in place to claw back the incentive if the individual decides to sell their car. But I think that's okay, because when you look at it from a societal perspective, you just want the vehicle on the road and you want it to be used and useful. And sure, there's going to be some instances of people that maybe aren't using it in the optimal way, but it's probably more trouble than it's worth to try to set up some sort of clawback mechanism.
Thank you very much. This has been very interesting. Appreciate it, Mr. Madsen.
Definitely. Ms. Lynch, we'll do, if you have redirect, we just need to take a break for the benefit of our court reporter and probably for some of us also who need a bio break, as they say. So let's do 15 minutes and we'll come back at 11.
Thank you.
thing I made it today.
All right, it's 11. We'll go back on the record. And Ms. Lynch, if you have redirect for Mr. Madsen, please go ahead.
I just have a few questions on redirect. The first, Mr. Madsen, is related to low-income customers' use of appliances, which, in the context of this TEP could be considered cars or e-bikes,
Okay.
as you characterize them. To your knowledge, does any information exist that low-income customers make use of rebate programs and immediately sell them for some other sort of reason beyond their use?
I am unaware of any statistics about that. There is some information in my testimony about the city and county of Denver's rebate program, where there's evidence that the low income rebate recipients use their bikes more than regular recipients.
Okay, thank you. And then I was just wondering if you could share from your perspective how an EV rebate for low income people fits within the federal and state policy landscape.
So within the federal policy landscape, there's substantial incentives available for EV adoption. There's a federal EV tax credit of up to $7,500 for a new EV, or I forget the exact amount, but it's like $4,000, I think, for a used EV. And I think that for low income people, those rebates are going to be helpful, but probably won't cover the entire barrier presented by the upfront cost of the vehicle. And there's a role for other players, including the state and including the utility, in reducing that barrier further. So that's the federal perspective. And, the federal government has an ambitious climate target that if we're going to meet what we've committed to the international community to do, we're going to need a lot more electric cars, including adoption by most low-income people, if not all of them, over time. So it's an area where we're going to need to do some market transformation. Then on the state level, I think the state also has a clearly demonstrated interest in accelerated EV deployment, as evidenced by the recent adoption of the Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule. That rule not only requires increased delivery of EVs to the state for sale, there's also some credits that car manufacturers can earn by increasing access of low-income people to EVs. And I'm expecting we'll see some car sharing programs or perhaps some low-income focused deals from the auto manufacturers to help them get those credits. The exact details, I think, are to be determined. Anyway, it's very clear that we need low-income people, just like everyone else, to adopt EVs, both in order to secure the climate and clean air benefits that the governments are aiming for, but also, I think, to unlock the cost-saving opportunities, which are particularly important for folks with smaller budgets.
Thank you. And to your knowledge, at least within the federal and the state landscape for EV rebates, considering that New Mexico may introduce EV rebates, are any of those EV rebates restricted to low-income populations?
There is an income cap on the federal EV tax credit, although I think it's set high enough that I think it mainly just excludes the richest people. There's some, I'd have to look up the details, but the used EV tax credit also has a income cap, and there's a MSRP cap on the vehicles that is aimed at encouraging more modest purchases rather than the like highest end luxury cars. So I think both of those policies are nudging in the direction of low income, but I don't think either of them uses the 200% of poverty level definition that we've been talking about in this case.
Mr. Madsen, Ms. Lynch, could I just ask a follow-up question? What you're talking about made me think of something, and I wonder, Mr. Madsen, is it good policy? And I think the answer is yes, but I'll just hear what you have to say about the subject. With low-income customers particularly, is it perhaps the case that they are least likely to be informed about varying ways to save money? And so in some sense, if you have a pilot program where a low-income person is automatically directed into, say, a managed charging program, that in fact, the system could then begin to be sort of work in their favor in many ways and be designed to achieve something beneficial for them that they might not if a program like that didn't exist. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's sort of, there's a degree to which you could look at that as paternalism, but in some ways it's like with low-income folks and oftentimes being excluded from making meaningful choices about stuff, perhaps it is a good idea to kind of like nudge them in a direction that ultimately serves their self-interest anyway. Is there any data to support those kind of thoughts?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think Ms. Porter, who's coming up next, will probably have more details about this. But yeah, I definitely think that there is a penalty for being poor in the United States. There's a lot of ways in which poor folks are ending up paying more than folks that have access to larger resources do. And, it's even something as simple as like an overdraft fee in a bank. If your bank account is low enough that you bounce a check, you pay a fee. That is a penalty for being poor. And I think what you were talking about in terms of like setting up the systems to help direct people into ways that are in their financial advantage makes a lot of sense. And I don't know what the perfect way to do that is in the transportation space, but I think what we're getting at with some of the policy recommendations here is some experiments to see what might work. An EV rebate might help, some targeted outreach from the utility to low-income customers to help them both identify and access money-saving opportunities, car sharing programs, transit. I think there's a role for all of that in helping lower-income customers to not just identify, but actually access ways to reduce costs.
Yeah, because it seems like there's a certain degree of agency one has to exercise to harness all the advantages of this technological transformation. I mean, you have to have a certain capacity to work within structures that are complicated and oftentimes confusing. And so in many ways, if you can set it up so that the benefits flow automatically, it just strikes me as a much more beneficial structure for a person of modest means, I guess is my thought.
Yeah, and I think also having some targeted assistance available for folks to help them navigate it's incentives we're talking about are pretty complicated. Congress gave us what they gave us, so we have to work with it. And I definitely think there's a role for utility or third-party contractors to help people navigate the complexities.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lynch.
Just based upon your experience in these electrification plan proceedings, is it true that all customers pay for the TEPS?
In general, yes, although I think there are some classes of customers that are excluded from the rider in different places, like lighting customers, for example, and one of the cases in Excel are not paying for the TP. And I think those details kind of vary from state to state and utility to utility.
Okay, and all residential customers
Yes.
pay a similar amount. Possibly. Is there differences between residential customers?
There's typically not a difference between residential customers, but utilities do cost allocation when they're developing the rider. That you know, it's not always the case that the rider is the same amount for each different class of customers, and it's different from utility to utility.
Who are the customers that may take advantage of the whole home EV rate, and is that rate less than the normal residential rate for electricity?
Yeah, my understanding is the whole home EV rate is targeted at single family residential customers, and it involves a credit for super off-peak charging of an EV. And if I'm remembering correctly from yesterday, Mr. Rodriguez testified there's a whole service EV credit that could be used at a multifamily building that, you know, the owner or manager of the building could pass along that rate to their customers, but I don't think there's any requirement that they do so. Typically what you see at multifamily buildings is the decision on what residents pay for EV charging in terms of rates is left up to the building management or the building owner, or sometimes to the third party that's providing the charging equipment.
So is it fair to say that the residential customers taking advantage of that whole home EV rate are the customers driving EVs and who may have taken advantage of some of the EVSE charging rebates?
So I think the company can correct me if I'm wrong, but you need to have an EV registered to an address to sign up for the whole house EV rate. And participation in the company's rebates for charging infrastructure installations not required. Some people might have already had an EV and a charging system set up before the TEP was put into place. But if someone did apply for a rebate from the utility, you know, I think one of the things that they can and should be doing is pointing out that there's a whole home EV rate that they could sign up for better cost savings and providing benefits to the grid.
Okay. Well, those are all of my follow-up questions for your cross-examination. Thank you, Hearing Examiner Ryan, and thank you, Mr. Madsen.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Madsen, thank you today for your service. Very, very interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Mr. Madsen's excused, and now we turn to Mr. Downs.
Yes, sir.
And I guess I'll lead you through the colloquy about your testimony. Does that work?
Yes, sir.
Terrific. So let me just pull up Dropbox. Hold on.
Mr. Downs, would you please raise your right hand?
Oops.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter and opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you, Mr. Lee, for swearing the witness in. Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Downs. There is shared in the Dropbox, Alan Downs, Exhibit 1, direct testimony of Alan Downs, open paren, line numbers, close paren. And this is the updated version of your, as I understand, direct testimony. Do you recall drafting this testimony?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with all that is said there?
Yes, I am.
And all of the statements within this testimony are true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
And if asked these questions today, would you respond in the same fashion?
And here I have to say something.
Okay.
At the time I wrote the testimony, I interpreted the limitation, which reads, the incentive credit shall not cause the customer bill to fall below the monthly minimum charge provision applicable on this rate, excluding purchase power and fuel FPPCIC. I interpret that as meaning that the limitation was going to be placed on the incentive credit bill entry itself, and that the adjustment to meet minimum would disappear. And that interpretation, I understand now, is wrong. El Paso Electric is proposing to leave the incentive exactly as it is. That is, it represents the number of kilowatt hours times the rate, and to enforce the limit by keeping the adjustment to meet minimum in place. So some of the wording in my testimony is awkward under that interpretation, but I don't believe anything is incorrect. So I'm not asking to change anything. I just want to make that notation.
Okay, I understand the point of that. So you, in effect, last question I asked you, would you answer the same way? And you just gave an explanation and said that you would, explaining some of the language that we see in there. And there's no other corrections apart from what you just described to us?
That's correct. No other corrections.
Okay. So given that, I would consult the other parties and ask if there are any objections to the admission of Alan Downs' corrected direct testimony, which includes line numbers, which he put in there purely for the benefit of future readers. Any objections?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I apologize. I'm working off of a paper copy and I'm a little bit confused and just would ask clarification from Mr. Downs. So the paper copy that I have has your exhibit separated out, and I'm looking at the exhibit list, I think, and it has your two additional exhibits, AHD2 and AHD3. Are those intended to be separate exhibits, or are those attached to your direct testimony and having it all come in as one exhibit?
I'm not sure where you're getting that. The copy that I originally filed had one, what's the term?
Attachment or
attachment. Thank you. That's
yeah.
the word I'm looking for. Had one attachment, which was my bill. The way I formatted it was different. That is, when I submitted it the first time, I didn't know how to add the bill to a PDF. So I printed everything out, scanned it, and submitted it. The copy that I submitted this morning, I took a picture of my bill and entered the picture into Word and then converted it to a PDF. So it appears different, but there is only one attachment, which is my October bill.
Sorry, so I was just seeking clarification on you're intending to provide three separate exhibits. Your AHD2 and AHD3 are separate from your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, I have uploaded three separate exhibits. Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, Exhibit 3.
That was the only clarification I was seeking. I don't have any objection to Mr. Downs' testimony.
All right. That being the case, I'm going to just read the exact title because, as we are aware now, Mr. Downs included an updated one that includes line numbers, but the document that is admitted as Downs Exhibit 1 is direct testimony of Alan Downs, open paren, line numbers, close paren, alandowns.pdf. At least that's the way it appears on Dropbox. And that will be Downs Exhibit 1, and that's admitted. All right, so now we have a second exhibit. Is that correct, Mr. Downs?
Yes. It is my formal complaint. And the reason
Okay.
I'm not asking that it be submitted is that it's mentioned in Taraki's rebuttal testimony, Fillian's rebuttal testimony, my direct testimony.
Okay, so this is effectively a pleading from case 23-00261 UT. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's the-
It's
that's the case
formal
number?
complaint.
Alan Downs formal complaint. And what I understand about this is it's sort of tied in with this question about the minimum monthly charge and the extent to which individuals with the whole home EV credit must continue to pay that minimum charge or not. I've read all that stuff, so I assume that's why you're providing some part just for context to understand that discussion, correct?
That's correct.
And you're probably asking me to take administrative notice of this. And here we get into, it's a pleading in another case, but it is one of those things where, again, someone downstream might have a challenge finding this. And to the extent to which it's being offered solely to also explain context for a discussion that's occurring in this case, I can understand why you'd ask me to take administrative notice of it. So are there objections to Mr. Downs' request that I take administrative notice of this complaint?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I don't have any objections. I just, again, reiterate my caution from yesterday that this is a pending litigation before the commission.
Yeah, I
And this
understand.
is one pleading from that pending matter.
Yes, it provides only so much context. And I actually don't know what the present status of that case is, and I'm not asking for any comment on it. More just it is interesting to think about how these two relate to one another. But at a minimum, I don't think it does any harm to admit this so that there is a better contextual understanding of the nature of the dispute, and there is actual reference to this complaint and testimony in this case. So in that sense, it makes sense to admit it and just have it be part of the record. So I mean, I'll admit Alan H. Downs 2, Exhibit 2. And then it appears, Mr. Downs, you have a third exhibit.
And since you've admitted Exhibit 2, I do not want to admit Exhibit 3. Exhibit 3 is simply the complaint. Exhibit 2 was admitted, includes attachments which were the informal complaint that preceded it. I anticipated there might be objections, and so was prepared to offer either way.
That's fine. And again, I understand Ms. Olson's point exactly. The attachments themselves that are subject to factual development within the particular proceeding, and what is said there hasn't been tested. That's its own thing. In my mind, it's really just there to give context to a broader discussion. So that would be the two exhibits. I believe at this juncture, Ms. Olson, you've requested 15 minutes for cross-examination with Mr. Downs.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner, and thank you, Mr. Downs. I don't have any questions for you this morning, whatever we're at.
Mid-morning.
You're letting me off easy.
I have a few questions for you, Mr. Downs.
Yes, sir.
Look, I think ultimately the question you'd be asked by the commissioners is one, I think that is, there's a certain degree to which there would be an unfairness worked if individuals who have the ability to charge with the credit, the whole home EV credit, can avoid the customer charge. That those are fixed costs that every customer that EPE has have to pay for good reason, and it's an inequity to allow a small class of early adopters of a technology that many can't afford to avoid those costs. So what is your answer to that?
I understand. When El Paso Electric originally proposed this, presumably they felt that the rate that they proposed compensated them for what we were doing, which was shifting kilowatt hour usage to night. If there is a wish to prevent it from allowing negative bills, I don't think that this use of the minimum bill, minimum charge, monthly minimum charge, is the right way to go about it. I think, and I understood that in this case, as what I explained earlier, I thought that they were incorporating the limit into the whole house EV credit as it appeared on the bill. That's not the case, and so we're now looking at a kind of a broader issue, and that is whether El Paso Electric is entitled to a minimum bill rather than just a minimum charge. I agree that every bill includes the $7 monthly charge. And if you take the minimum bill as occurring when there is no electricity charged, then the two other things that they include occur. That is, there is a advanced meter charge, which is based per customer, has nothing to do with kilowatt hours. There is a tax credit, which is based on the sum of the bill. But there are also other credits, and one of those other credits is the whole house electric vehicle rate rider incentive credit. And if El Paso Electric is going to insist on applying monthly minimum charge as monthly minimum bill, then I believe that the whole house EV rate rider is covered under their definition of other applicable riders and should be included in that calculation of the minimum monthly bill. Kind of a long answer, I'm sorry.
But I guess I'll put the question somewhat differently, right? In the PNM's grid mod case, there was extensive discussion about distributed energy resources and those customers who effectively can and would avoid any charge associated with being connected to the distribution system, given their distributed energy resource, the capacity to generate electricity. And I think everyone in the case said, well, you can't have a customer who's getting the benefit of the distribution system for purposes of reliability and a whole host of other things, effectively free riding off of the charge that everybody else pays. That's just fundamentally wrong. And I guess I understand the mechanics of I'm not sure I do fully understand the mechanics of what the sort of kind of complex notion of where you think about these words fitting in, but I'm more curious about as a broad policy concern. I mean, what is the justification for allowing, either in distributed energy context or in the whole home EV credit, customers to avoid the monthly customer charge for fixed costs? It's not clear to me what good is achieved by allowing anyone to avoid that.
I would suggest if El Paso Electric feels that the whole house EV credit isn't properly set now, that they should change it. But doing it this way with the minimum makes it very difficult for someone to figure out, if I charge my car at night, am I going to get any benefit from it? Am I going to get the 4.74 cents per kilowatt hour, something less, or maybe nothing at all? So I agree. El Paso Electric needs to get the revenue to meet their costs. My objection here is is the methodology, the way in which they're trying to accomplish it in this case.
Okay. Yeah, and because I think, well, I mean, I guess I just want to see if you agree. I mean, the concern in the grid mod context with the distributed energy resource folks is, there's sort of have a benefit to have solar panels on your house, but that doesn't, so as long as you're connected to PNM system, you do actually have to pay some fee for that, because you do get a benefit, right? Because, I mean, do you agree fundamentally with that? That, like, to the extent to which you're connecting to the distribution system, there is a benefit to you inherently. Do you accept that proposition?
Yes, I agree that it's a big benefit that El Paso Electric System is available to me to give me power when my panels aren't producing. But on the other side of the ledger, my panels are producing during the time of day when El Paso Electric has the highest load and is therefore having to use the most expensive equipment. So there are advantages on both sides of the ledger, and exactly how to balance them, I don't know.
Okay, I understand that debate entirely. Okay, thank you, Mr. Downs. You've clarified something for me. Is there any further questioning of Mr. Downs based on anything I've asked him? Okay, Mr. Downs, thank you for your participation. And now we have Mr. Simpson in absentia. How will we handle this one?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I recommend that we just stipulate to the admission of his testimony. I think the question and answers have already been admitted through EPE, and I'm not sure that it looks like there's a listed rate 16 on his exhibit list, and all tariff rates are on file with the commission. So I'm not sure that there's any benefit into having that exhibit admitted into evidence for this.
Mr. Simpson asked me to handle this for him. You're correct that Exhibit 3 was there as a backup in case El Paso Electric didn't admit it, and you have. So Exhibit 3 goes away. Exhibit 2, rate 16, he is going to use in his post-hearing brief, which has already been written, and therefore wanted to make sure it's accessible. Legally, whether that means it has to be admitted or administrative notice or just it's there. I'll leave that to you.
I would say it's a filed rate. To the extent he wants to refer to it, he can refer to the filed rate. As I've had problems with other people just randomly kind of infiltrating this docket with evidence that isn't necessarily attached to testimony or prepared by those people, I have the same concern with it just randomly coming into this case so that it's available for post-hearing briefing. I think that's not the purpose of evidence and evidence produced at a public hearing.
I understand. I
Mr.
mean,
Hearing Examiner, this is Anastasia Stevens. May I say something?
Sure, go ahead, Ms. Stevens.
I'm not so clear that what Ms. Olson just said about a filed rate being automatically, I don't think that, at least in my experience, I don't think I've ever seen anybody cite in a brief to a filed rate, assuming that it was the same thing as a commission order. Partly because, well, probably primarily because it's something that the companies, and I'm not saying just EPE, but the utilities file, and probably at least 50% of the time they are not, approved for absolutely those terms in an order. They're sort of a moving target. So, and certainly rate 16 falls in that category. There was no docketed case on rate 16. And
yeah, Thank you,
And
Ms. Stevens. I think I understand what you're saying. So my issue is, all right, and I've brought this up with commission leadership. Where's the rate?
Under consumer relations.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. Okay, but how would anyone know that? I mean, yes, I can understand what.
The point, Mr. Hearing Examiner, is there's questions about the rates and stuff. So to the extent you want to rely on something that's publicly available on the internet, you can refer to that. To the extent the commission is somehow putting stock into Mr. Simpson's interpretation of EPE's rate because he's attached it to his testimony, I question that. We don't have the ability to question Mr. Simpson's understanding of that rate. We don't have the ability to have the company testify in response to Mr. Simpson's understanding of that rate. And you get into these evidentiary problems of just arbitrarily introducing something as evidence and relying on it in post-hearing brief, which is not testimony. It's not part of the record. The record evidence is complete at that point, and you're briefing based on the record. And so this kind of practice of jamming things into the record that aren't sponsored by testimony, they're not subject to cross-examination, you get into problems on that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Ms. Olson. I guess I'm still just wondering where is the rate? So consumer relations.
Company directory.
Yeah.
And then electric companies. And then EPE.
Oh, then you got to scroll down further. Okay, and then there they are, rates.
Yep.
Yeah, so and this was which rate was it this one's about, Mr. Downs?
Rate 16.
Rate 16, purchase power service. So you need to open file. I know I've done that steps, and I'm not trying to like make any kind of like points here. I'm saying like a typical person might not know where to find this, and I've had
and I believe the one you found is not the current one. I'm sorry. It is.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
then
I guess
the other question is, could anybody copy this hyperlink at the top and get to that document? And I know that my track record of trying to do that with things out of eDocket, and this isn't even eDocket, is well under 50%.
Yeah.
But and this isn't eDocket.
I think these discussions are precisely the problem of randomly bringing anything into evidence. And I'll just add, for the benefit of everyone, rate 16 is not at issue in this case. EP hasn't proposed any changes to rate 16. The commission's not making any decisions about rate 16. It just, these types of ancillary documents cause confusion and muddy the record. And I guess I question what value having something that's not before the commission and not at issue in this proceeding in the record.
Yeah, I understand. We don't need to admit it. I agree with Ms. Olson. It is available. There's countervailing forces in either direction, but in this instance, I'm just going to say I don't think we need to admit rate 16 for the reasons that Ms. Olson said. I have to understand it, kind of ancillary to whatever Mr. Simpson's trying to establish. So, where were we on this? This would be Phil Simpson, Exhibit 2?
What we're talking about is Exhibit 2.
Yes. So
I believe we admitted Exhibit 1. Is that correct? Is direct testimony?
I'm not sure we have yet. We just sort of started on a conversation number 2. Miss Olson, were you indicating that Phil Simpson 1 was already admitted in some fashion?
No, I'm suggesting we don't have Mr. Simpson here to authenticate it. I think I don't have a problem with it, and so I'm willing to just relate to the admission of his testimony in his absence.
Sure. So, is there any other party who would object to the admission by stipulated admission of Phil Simpson 1, which is his direct testimony? Great. All right. Phil Simpson Exhibit 2, which is rate 16, we will not admit. It's available on the commission website, and that's, in my view, too, also probably the best evidence of what the rate actually is. And then Simpson 3, questions answered by EPE's Brian Taraki, Alan Downs for Phil Simpson. That was the document that has already come in from El Paso Electric. Is that correct, Ms. Olson?
That's my understanding, yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Downs, you're shaking your head as well. That's already been admitted?
Yes.
Yes. So remember we had that discussion yesterday with Ms. Stevens, I recall. She objected, and I will assume that she would continue to object on that basis here today. Okay. I believe that's everything we need to do with Mr. Simpson. Mr. Downs, you satisfied?
Yes, sir. I think we're all set.
Terrific. In which case we turn to Prosperity Works. I might have to admit Ms. Porter if she's waiting. I don't see Ms. Porter waiting.
I'll contact her. Apologies.
No, that's okay. You know what? Let's just do this. Let's take lunch, and we'll come back at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay. We'll see everyone in an hour.
Hi, Ona. I'm Alan Downs. This gives us a chance to check our audio, make sure you can hear me and I can hear you.
Hi, Alan.
Hi, I hear you fine.
Okay, good. That's a good start.
Miss Porter, this is the court reporter. Could you tell me how you pronounce your first name?
Ona, O-N-A,
Thank-
Ona.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Ona. I'm Alan Downs. This gives us a chance to check our audio, make sure.
Mr. Downs, I believe you have the YouTube up at the same
Hi,
time.
Alan.
It might be Miss
Hear you
Porter,
fine.
actually.
Okay, good. That's a good start.
Miss Porter, this is the court reporter. Could you tell me how you pronounce your first name?
Ona, O-N-A,
Thank-
Ona.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so someone has their has YouTube open, they have to close it.
Hi, Ona. I'm Alan Downs.
Oh, my
This
goodness.
gives us a chance.
Okay, so
to-
if you have a browser open that is
Mr.
playing a
Downs, I
YouTube
believe
stream, you have to kill it.
YouTube at the Same
Hi,
time.
Alan.
Hi.
It might be Miss
Hear you
Porter,
fine.
actually.
Okay, good. That's a good start.
Miss Porter, this is the court reporter. Could you tell me how you pronounce your first name?
Ona, O-N-A, Ona.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so someone has their has YouTube open, they have to close it.
Hi, Ona.
That's-
I'm Alan Downs.
My
This
goodness.
gives us a chance.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you can't run Zoom and YouTube simultaneously because the machine goes into an infinite loop of, the sound comes out, goes in the computer, runs through the Zoom, goes out of the computer, goes back out of the audio into Zoom, and then it'll go forever.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Carrie. For some reason, I'm trying to turn my video back on and it's saying the host has stopped
Oh.
it.
Yeah, before that you break, you were still broadcasting, and I've been the person who didn't realize I was still broadcasting. There you go. I can see you now.
Okay. Oops. Okay.
Okay, 12:46. There's Ms. Stevens. Everyone has returned. We'll go back on the record, and now we're going to have Prosperity Works. Please call your witness, and then Mr. Lee will swear that person in.
Prosperity Works calls witness Ona Porter to the stand.
Miss Porter, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Miss Porter, can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Ona Porter. Ona is O-N-A. Porter is P-O-R-T-E-R.
And can you state your current position at your organization and describe the responsibilities you have?
I am the clean energy leader and the founder emerita of Prosperity Works. And in my current role, I am doing all things related to clean, affordable, and sustainable energy on behalf of Prosperity Works.
Okay. And do you have before you what has been labeled Exhibit 1?
I do.
Was Exhibit 1 drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to make to Exhibit 1?
No, I don't.
Are your responses to the questions true and accurate to your knowledge?
They are.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same as they were when you drafted your testimony?
Yes, they would.
And with that, hearing examiner Prosperity Works asks to admit its Exhibit 1, the direct testimony of Ona Porter.
Any objection to this exhibit? Prosperity Works Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Miss Lynch, you're on mute.
And with that, Prosperity Works hands over its witness, Ona Porter, to be cross-examined by other parties.
And we would first turn to Miss Olson, who was requested 20 minutes.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, and thank you, Ms. Porter. I don't have any cross-examination.
Thank you.
Okay. Miss Stevens, 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, and good afternoon, Ms. Porter.
Good afternoon.
Didn't want to waste your time by having no questions for you. Would you please, looking at pages 10 and 18 through 20 of your direct testimony, you're recommending that EPE institute rebates of $4,000 for low-income purchasers of electric vehicles, aren't you?
Yes,
And in general, your position on low-income rebates and incentives is that they should be unlimited in number? Is that right?
yes,
Does
yes,
that apply also to the EV $4,000 rebates?
yes, it does.
Have you done any analysis of the cost impact on all of EPE's customers, including low-income residential customers, if your recommendation were adopted by the commission?
I have not.
Okay. You testified in EPE's first TEP case, didn't you?
Yes,
And in that case, you did not recommend rebates for low-income customers to buy electric vehicles or electric bicycles, did you?
I did not.
And do you recall testifying that you were recommending charging measures in that case, not EV rebates, because that was what you had seen utilities do elsewhere?
I think not only because that's what utilities do elsewhere, but also because we need infrastructure in place in order for people to be understand the possibilities of adoption.
And in turning to page 9 of your testimony in this case, lines 17 through 18.
Yes,
Give me a second. Yeah. You testify in this case that it is actually quite common for utilities to include point of sale rebates for low income populations. Is that consistent with your testimony 2.5 years ago, or something changed?
I don't believe that I testified to that point in my previous testimony.
Would you please look at EPE exhibit, CLC exhibit number 16?
Yes,
Would you turn to page 776?
yeah, I don't have that in front of me.
You don't have the exhibit?
No, I don't.
Access to the Dropbox?
No,
Miss Lynch, can you help her, or shall I? I don't have Miss Porter's email address.
Yes, I can send that now to Ms. Porter.
Why
This
don't- why
is
don't- Yeah, I can share this. Let's just do it that way.
Oh,
It'll be
okay.
faster. So I just gotta, Dropbox is slow for whatever reason. Well, not for whatever reason. We know why. It's such a giant document. 776, you're talking about, Miss Stevens?
Page 776 of that transcript, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I just gotta do manual scrolling here.
If it helps on my screen, it's 232 of 328 of the
Yeah, and I
PDF.
just got there.
Yeah.
I'll pull it up now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Examiner. And I want to make sure that since you just got the one page here, whether you accept this or recognize this as your testimony in the case 20-00241.
That was the previous case?
The previous case, yeah, and you can see the date
Yes.
at the top is July 2021, so it's about 2.5
Yes.
years ago. Okay, so I'm looking at the testimony on lines 4 through 5, and that was what I was, or 5 through 6, and interpreting that as saying that your recommendations were about what you had seen investor-owned utilities doing, and that is to provide for charging options.
Correct?
And I guess that's the context of my question about whether or not you've seen changes in what utilities are doing in terms of offering direct rebates for EV purchases.
Yes, I have. And I think that it was noted earlier about Utah, Nevada, and Colorado, PG&E in California, all have offered rebates.
And so obviously you were listening to Mr. Madsen's testimony this morning, right?
Yes, but I think that's in my testimony as well.
Yeah. And do you agree with him that the Nevada program is no longer in effect?
Yes, but I don't know why.
And would you again looking at the oh, he's taking the screen down.
I can put it back up. It's
Okay,
easy enough. Yeah.
You're at the same place?
Yep.
Terrific.
It's just
Thank you.
sharing my screen. I wasn't sure if you wanted me to, if you had finished or not.
No, I just was afraid that once you closed it, you'd lose the specific location. And in the case 2.5 years ago, you testified about the fact that the New Mexico legislature had taken up the issue of rebates a couple of times, even prior to July 2021. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And your prediction there was that it probably would pass in the near future. Is that right?
Yes, and it did, but the governor vetoed it.
Okay. And that was in which year?
Last year.
Okay. And are you anticipating that similar legislation will be introduced this year, or is the governor still a problem?
No, the governor is going to have it on her call.
Okay. So, I think that's all I wanted to ask you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So, Ms. Porter, there was no other requests from parties for cross, so I'll just ask you a few questions I have, and then if Ms. Lynch has any redirect. Based on the constituency you work with and represent in this proceeding, how successful have the first 2 years of EPE's TEP been?
I would call them unsuccessful in terms of serving that population.
And if that's the case, what is it that did not succeed? What needs to change?
Well, I think several things. First of all, our proposal that there be an on-the-hood rebate would make a difference in terms of cost, especially when we think about capital stacking. And what does that mean? So it means that people could be eligible for the federal rebate as well, or discount on the hood, as well as one from EPE. That would make a difference. I think.
Is that because affordability of EVs is a significant impediment for low-income people?
It is, and actually EPE's survey of low-income people, that was the #1 thing that was cited in terms of not purchasing an EV.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to get clarification on that. So I think you were maybe turning to some other point. So
Well,
the stacking of capital and then,
Sure, thank you. So the other thing is that the cost of EVs has come down dramatically. And I actually did a report for a legislator who was interested in joining the other legislators who wanted to have a discount for limited income people. And in that, she was looking for cars that were under the cost of cars under $40,000. And in that research, which was in July, I stopped giving her more at 10. There were 10, I listed 10 different models that were all under that amount.
I'd asked Mr. Madsen about this, and let's just do this somewhat sequentially, but if the commission authorized a pilot program of some kind for the low income cash rebate on the hood rebate, I think the words you used, that just to distinguish it from any other rebates. Is that a step in the right direction? And the reason why I'm saying a pilot is because I asked Mr. Madsen, is there any research out there that shows how folks like those living in Las Cruces, which we've heard from, EPE itself, 45% of its ratepayers are within 200% of the federal poverty line. We don't, to my knowledge, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, we don't have a lot of information about how low-income communities adopt EVs. I think, and I would guess it's largely because they're just outpriced at this point.
I think that's correct. And I think that there also, in addition to the barrier of cost, is the barrier of really understanding the potential of electric vehicles. And when I think about the failure of the previous TEP to really deliver, I think that there was not an aggressive approach to the limited income populations so that they had no knowledge. And I think some of the changes that have been made, the car share program as one, brings the EV to the community in a very different way. And when they can see it and touch it and feel it and know that others have purchased that and know about the infrastructure that is being provided in the territory, I think that changes.
So I guess let me just, I have another question about what you just said, but so if the commission were to authorize a pilot program in part to begin to obtain data about how EVs will or will not benefit, a low income community like that exists in Las Cruces. I mean, if they target that population and just to see what happens, do you think that would be useful?
Very.
And is that because in part we just don't have much data on the subject?
Well, I think that that's one thing that we don't have. But I think also one of the things that we've talked about is, what is the communications plan around this? And how do we actually reach those people? And I think in the past that the approach has not been successful. So for instance, one of the organizations that Ms. Rodriguez cited as a partner was a food bank. I have to say that I find it insulting to offer EVs to somebody at a food bank. If you can't afford food, this is really way beyond your means. But I think that we have had conversations about the possibility of creating a model in the EPE territory that is similar to one that we do in the PNM territory. And that outreach, I think, has been very successful.
And as far as you're aware, is there any information, not in New Mexico, obviously, but elsewhere about a pilot program that provides substantial rebates to low-income purchasers of electric vehicles? Have you read anything or seen anything about that?
I have not.
Would I be correct to assume that's not because you haven't looked, but that because it just doesn't exist?
I think that's right. I think it's new enough that we don't know the results.
And the amount of the rebate that you're proposing, could you remind me? I know it's in your testimony, but I just don't recall off the top of my head.
$4,000.
Is that sufficient? And why?
It is not sufficient in and of itself, but when it's combined with the federal rebates, it certainly puts the EV within the reach of many more people than are currently it's currently available to. And so for an example, I looked at a Nissan Leaf, which is the current sticker price on that is $28,000. With the federal rebate, it becomes 26. With another discount, it would be just over $20,000. And so, and one of the things that I think is really important is with these rebates, these vehicles become more accessible than ICE vehicles to all people.
This is really a nuts and bolts question, but I just sort of, as you were describing the cost of these things, I'm thinking to myself, okay, so how does a person finance it? And then the question becomes, how does EPE screen folks? Like, do you have to have proof of a certain income to qualify, or do we have all of those like very much nuts and bolts mechanical questions hashed out?
Well, the experience we have with the P&M proposal is that we've worked with the Automobile Dealers Association, Mr. Ortiz very specifically. And one of the things that we have talked about is if in fact that is passed as part of P&M's TEP, that we will work together to figure out precisely how we can deliver that with the least burden on individuals and the least burden on the dealers. And so we've talked about, for instance, a document that is for the dealer and the end user, and that document will collect very limited information from the end user that can be verified with P&M so that they may receive that on the hood discount. And one of the standards that has become pretty widely used is self-attestation. So one of the really burdens of low-income people is having to prove they're poor all the time, and self-attestation has therefore become the norm.
I guess, I mean, if we were considering, and I'm just thinking out loud, frankly, some sort of program that helps to, like, just a pilot of some kind, I guess two questions sort of come up. I mean, are you comfortable with requiring participants in such a program to really make the data that they generate as maximally useful to EPE as possible? In other words, if you're going to participate in this program, we're going to expect that you're going to share data with us about how you're using the vehicle and your charging habits, and to basically understand better what design for the programs we need moving forward, so when they become more accessible to everybody.
I think a program of that design would be something that would be acceptable to us. And one of the things that we don't want to do is have barriers to adoption. So we would need to carefully think together about exactly what that would look like.
But I guess it just strikes me that in return for whatever benefit this would give to a person, it seems like it would be reasonable to expect, hey, we're going to need to mine data from you, and that's for good reason. We're not trying to invade you on your privacy. We just need to understand how to target the low-income population moving forward, and how you're likely to use the vehicle. That's reasonable, right?
I think we could set up something that would be reasonable and not terribly invasive. Yes.
And then would you be comfortable too, like if P&M wants to, not P&M, EPE wants to, usher folks into like the whole home EV rate as a mandatory matter? Because when I asked Mr. Madsen, I said, one of the difficulties with all of this is that, number one, you have to understand an EV and get over the whole kind of hurdle of like, oh, look, it's a new thing, and like our own weird emotional connections to automobiles. Like, it is a big transition. But but then you have to understand too, like the nature of rates and being a ratepayer and how do you shift load and what does that mean? So it struck me that like, you know, there would be maximum utility in just putting folks in there if it's, you know, going to benefit them financially. Does that make sense to you?
It does make sense. And actually, we have talked about the possibility in the P&M case of actually bundling the opportunities that are available for charging and for the EV whole house rate. That all of those should happen at one time.
Right. Right. Because you don't want to have to rely on a person to make a series of choices, which are, you know, frankly, kind of obscure choices for anyone really. I think it's a true fact that we all sort of just turn the light switch on and then, well, there's electricity and that's all I really want to think about this. It makes it much simpler for everyone involved if the utility can kind of manage and on the benefit of the people. And I guess you're comfortable with that happening.
I am.
And then what should I know? I'm sure one of the commissioners will ask, like, isn't there some degree of unfairness in this subsidizing vehicles for some segment of the population? Ms. Stevens brought this up as well. It's a completely legitimate point. I'm sure that allegation will be lodged by someone at some point whenever this stuff starts happening in broader. What's your what do you recommend the commission think about that?
Well, I think in that thinking needs to be the reality that low income people pay riders that support the whole system and everyone in it all the time, even though they might have not have direct benefit from it.
Yeah, I was thinking in the P&M rate case, the witness there for rate design, it was Dr. Pitts and then Ms. Chan. And Ms. Chan's point was, you know, moving forward with energy, right? You know, block structures and the quantity of energy consumed is not the driving factor. It's when. And you know, so conservation measures aren't the same anymore. And the point of saying all that is what's interesting is that, you know, when we look at low income populations, at least in P&M service territory, it's not true that they consume the smallest amount of electricity because they can't afford it. While simultaneously not true also that they're necessarily the most heavily energy using group, because there's some fall in the middle. But it seems like one thing they can't do is really change when they use. And those sort of structural barriers have to get addressed some way, because otherwise they're sort of kicked out of the important questions with a renewable heavy system. Does that sound correct to you?
Yeah, I think that is right. And one of the things that is really important to understand is there's no way we can reach our climate goals without including limited income people in that process, whether it's energy efficiency in their homes or the access to all the new technologies.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. Okay, Ms. Porter, that was all the questions I had. Thank you for speaking with me.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
Yeah, Ms. Lynch, did you have any? And then I see Ms. Stevens perking up.
Right. Leaning in there trying to.
Well, why don't we do what we did last time, Ms. Stevens? You'll go, and then we'll have Ms. Lynch at the end.
Yeah, I have a question that was raised at the beginning of Mr. Ryan's examination of you, Ms. Porter, and it's something that you testified to in the last case that's been truly troubling me ever since. And it's actually on the page before, page 775 of your testimony. Maybe you recall this. You were testifying about financing, about car dealers being, you volunteered to me that actually new cars were sometimes more of an option for low-income customers because dealers were more willing to finance them than used cars, whether they're EVs or others. You remember that conversation?
I do. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it really, truly kind of like grabbed me. It's been a step by step. But anyway, and the conclusion was that not only will they finance them, but they will finance them sometimes in the hopes of repossessing the vehicles. You know, does that continue? We're sort of talking about ownership here of the cars, but are there issues about the fact that maybe a low-income customer, even if they can get over that first step and go through the process and acquire a car, they're not going to be able to keep it forever because they still do have to finance part of it? I'm really interested to hear what you have to say about that.
Sure. So in the case that I was citing before, we have been involved in consumer protections for 20 years. And one of the things that we have found is that there was actually in several towns and cities in New Mexico, car dealers targeting limited income people and offering them the opportunity to purchase new cars with that idea that they were not going to be able to pay and they would be repossessed. And so, you know, that was a very real thing. Is it still going on? I have not, I assume that it is still happening. Yes. And, but in this particular case, I think we're talking about a different animal entirely. And again, we're working with the Automobile Dealers Association, and they are, I think that they are not only highly regulated, but they are highly conscious of the practices that will get them in trouble. And so I don't think that they're going to be predatory with limited income people.
And how about in non-predatory situations, just plain people who are struggling? How do you deal with that?
Well, I think that lowering the upfront cost is an important thing, and also understanding that if I can charge my car for approximately $30 a month, as opposed to putting gasoline in it at 10 times that much in a month, that they're going to have money available to pay their car payments.
Yeah, you'd almost want, I mean, and that's a really interesting point, because what you'd almost want to know is, right, so the promise of the EV costing less, does that lead to real gains on economic security for otherwise economically insecure individuals, right? Any degree of shoring up, removing oil change costs, removing broken engine, whatever. We all know that whole experience of, oh my God, my car is a money pit. So get that away. What does that do to low-income people, and how much does that free them up to be more secure folks?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would agree that that is something that is really a critical factor, and that, you know, we know about the energy burden in homes very well. We also have estimates about the energy burdens of transportation. And if we can reduce those things, it does increase the financial security of limited income people.
What I would say, this gets back to my question I asked you earlier, Ms. Porter, was like, you would hope participants in these programs, if they're designed for this, would be comfortable sharing information that gives us certainty that that's the case, because it would only lead, you know, I would assume government leadership to be more open to even more programs of that kind, right? Like, so there is a degree to which we want data. And I would not be surprised to learn that there are other parts. Well, you know, you don't get to learn everything about this human just because they're participating in this program.
Right. Agreed.
Anyway, sorry, Ms. Stevens, if you have other questions, go ahead.
No, that's all my questions. Thank you, Ms. Porter.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Lynch, any redirect from Ms. Porter?
Yes, I do. And these questions are based upon the subject area that was opened during your questions and Ms. Stevens' questions. Ms. Porter, could you please turn to page 7 of your direct testimony?
Yes, I'm there.
And so we're actually going to move from 7 to 8, starting at line 18 of page 7 and then on into line 7. There you cite a study by Peter Hoyther And in that section, you discuss the importance of directed incentives for and direct benefits to low-income groups, women, and people of color. Could you talk about the relationship between the directed benefits and those populations that encounter certain barriers?
Well, I think probably most of us who live in New Mexico are aware of the study that was just released by the LFC about our inability to get serious traction on poverty in our state. And one of the really important reasons for that is that our program design has been to take the rough edges off of poverty, not to eliminate poverty. And so, you know, in this case, what we're really talking about is when we understand where the need is and that we focus our programs on those needs and not be paternalistic with the people for whom we are providing benefits, that we can really make a big difference.
So, you know, I guess if left to the market alone, will EV adoption and EVSE occur in low-income or underserved communities, in your opinion?
Not in the near future.
And would increased EV adoption lead to the increased use of electricity as a transportation fuel?
Yes, it would.
Based upon your experience working with low-income people, do low-income people own cars now?
Yes, they do.
Do you know if they own both used and new vehicles?
Yes, they do. And predominantly, of course, they own used, and very often those used cars are highly costly to operate because of consistent breakdowns.
Okay. And would you describe the low-income population or the underserved population as uniform?
No.
Can you add or
Well,
elaborate?
there, as in all income levels, there are a great deal of differences among those people who are identified in the group of low-income people. So some of them are low income because they're disabled. Some of them are low income because they're on fixed incomes. Some are low income because they are elderly. Others are low income because they are looking for full-time work, but can only find part-time work. So there are a variety of factors that enter into the actual resources available in limited income households.
Ms. Porter, can I just ask one question? It's important. I want to understand this one. When the pandemic began, there was a series of, reporting that occurred about inequities based on the type of work one does, where, for instance, if one had the quote unquote white collar job where you could effectively do from your laptop what you could do from an office, that this was the pandemic in many ways was, an interesting time for people who got to stay home a lot, and a lot of them enjoyed it, I think. But that didn't translate to many folks in what would sort of generally call blue collar jobs, where they're actually commuting to a place and having to do stuff. And the reason I'm bringing all that up is to ask you, is there evidence or data on, if low income people are having to commute more, to drive more, to physically go places, to actually do their work, would they be the ideal? I mean, that's what I'm asking. My question is, and then if they are, I mean, strikes me that they would be the ideal group to subsidize these vehicles for, because they're going to use them more.
I would agree with that, Mr. Hearing Officer. And is there evidence of that? I'm not sure that there is evidence research specifically on that topic, but we know that lots of limited income people work in the service industry. And not only are they required to go to work, they often have no ability to stay out of work even when they're ill. And so the benefits that accrue to them are really limited, which is one of the big problems in terms of poverty.
Right. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lynch.
I just have one more question. Do you know whether low-income people want to be involved in climate change solutions, such as participation in a transportation electrification plan?
Yes, and we know that the evidence that we have on that is actually from our direct surveys with over 300 homeowners who participated in our energy efficiency programs. And they do want to be involved. They still think that all of these benefits are going to accrue to those who have much more income than they do. But they are interested in participating, not only in the new technologies, but also in the jobs that are going to be available based on those new technologies.
Thank you. Those are my redirect questions for Ms. Porter.
Thank you very much, Ms. Porter. Your contribution is greatly appreciated. And have a very good afternoon.
Thank you. Appreciate your leadership on this important issue.
Thank you. Okay, we turn to Mr. Black and the presentation of staff witnesses.
Staff calls as a witness Kai Fillion.
Oh, do I have to admit him? Hold on one second. Let me see. I don't see unless I'm just looking too quickly. I don't see him. Do we need to take a short break just to get those witnesses rounded up, Mr. Black?
Thank you.
Yeah, let's do that. So we'll just take a quick 5-minute break. We'll come back at 1:30.
You're still in the hearing, Mr. Black.
Hi, we just called you, and because you were not in the room, they've
All right, we'll go back on the record. And Mr. Black, go ahead and call your witness again.
Staff calls as a witness Kai Fillion.
And Mr. Lee, if you could swear the witness, please.
Mr. Fillion, if you would please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fillion. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
For the record, please state your name and position with the Public Regulation Commission.
My name is Kai Fillion, Kaifilion, and I'm an economist in the Accounting Bureau with the Utility Division at the PRC.
I have provided you with a document that has been previously marked as Staff Exhibit 1. Do you have that document?
I do.
Please identify that document.
It is my direct testimony.
Was this direct testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the questions that are posed in that testimony today, would you give the answers, the same answers today under oath?
Yes.
Is your testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move that what has been marked as Staff Exhibit 1 be admitted into the record.
Are there any objections? Staff Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I now tender Kai Fillion for cross-examination.
There might be one more exhibit.
Oh. That's correct. I stand corrected.
Rebuttal, right.
Mr. Fillion, do you have before you what has been marked as Staff Exhibit 1? Excuse me, Exhibit 2.
I do.
I've just been fixated on Staff Exhibit 1 for some reason. Can you please identify that exhibit?
It's my rebuttal testimony.
All right. Was this rebuttal testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions that are posed in that testimony today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes.
And is this testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move that what has been marked as Staff Exhibit 2 be admitted into the record.
Any objections? Staff Exhibit 2 is admitted.
Thank you. I now tender Kai Fillion for cross-examination.
Ms. Olson, you've requested 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, and good afternoon, Mr. Fillion. I just have one question for you, and it's about the EPE's Power Connect program. And you had raised some concerns about or suggested adding a maximum subsidy rate. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And I believe that you and Ms. Rodriguez have discussed this through the course of the proceeding. And for the record, does staff oppose EPE's proposal to offer a rebate for 100% of the total cost of upgrades required for interconnection of public transit and customer fleets, which would include schools. Sorry, I'm a little bit confused on this, but I think, does staff oppose maintaining the 100% for public transit and customer fleets?
I do not oppose Ms. Rodriguez's modification to this program. Essentially, we wanted to put a cost share cap on the commercial program, just to ensure that businesses weren't using this wastefully, I guess. And then she pointed out that, you know, some schools and some other entities may not be able to do that sort of cost share. And yeah, I agree. It makes sense to have a full subsidy for certain entities like schools and public transit. And the third one was fleets, I believe.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Sorry, I did not ask my question very well. I think that's the only question I had for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Miss Stevens, you requested 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Fillion. Nice to meet you. I'm going to ask for a clarification on Ms. Olson's question. When you just said that your schools, public transit, and fleets, did you mean public fleets or all fleets?
I think in her proposal, she just said fleets.
And are you supportive of fleets such as, I don't know, UPS or FedEx as opposed to public entities fleets?
I mean, I think those entities should probably be doing some kind of cost share, but I trust Ms. Rodriguez's analysis of how to tailor this program. She clearly has spent a lot of time working with different groups and figuring out what they need and how this program could be best implemented.
Yeah, I'd like to start then with your rebuttal testimony regarding EPE's proposed changes to the WHEV and WSEV riders. Is it your position now in your rebuttal that EPE cannot deny participating customers the credits to which they're entitled under those riders?
I don't think I took any position on the current interpretation of those rules, and I'm sorry to be so.
I mean now I meant in your rebuttal position as opposed to your original test position. Today I understand. Is that what your position is, that that EPE can't deny, cannot deny people their credits?
It's not so much that they can't deny them the credits. My position is that this rider would be more effective in terms of reducing greenhouse gases, which is the goal of the TEP statute, if all customers can reliably know what credits they're getting for charging during off-peak hours, during super off-peak hours for this specific program. Does that answer your question?
Yes, the follow-up to that is, am I correct in interpreting your rebuttal testimony as saying that because of the customer charge aspect, that you think that the credits potentially should be accrued indefinitely?
So you're saying if a customer continued receiving these credits and they were only paying the minimum amount per month, what should happen to those credits? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I don't have a good answer for that, and my thinking is that these could be treated essentially the same way that solar credits are treated, energy produced by solar panels. And my understanding, it depends on which utility you're dealing with. They have two different ways to implement that program. But my understanding is, yes, those credits get rolled over indefinitely. But in theory, a customer's solar panels are generally set up so that they're only creating the amount of energy that they're using. So eventually those credits will be used up by the customer. But there is this possibility that you just pointed out, that those credits would be rolled over indefinitely.
And going back to your testimony just before that question, you said that the reason your position was based on customers knowing the credits that they're going to get, having some certainty about what they're going to get. That's the incentive to the customer to participate, right?
Correct.
So what does the customer gain if they've got a number piling up on their bill on their monthly bill that they're never actually going to, or may not ever actually realize in dollar terms?
I mean, my understanding of the solar program, which is basically what I'm modeling this idea after, is that when you end your customer status when you cancel your account, whatever it's called, you would be refunded those credits eventually.
So you could be talking about 30 or 40 years from now?
Yes.
If you turn to your direct testimony, page 7, please. I can get it there.
Okay.
Yeah, so here you're talking about the demand adjustment rider. And you support that, don't you?
I do.
And the question and answer I'm looking at is the one on the top of page 7. And you, beginning in line 6, you testify that staff's understanding is that customers with public EV chargers with low use may benefit from this rider through lower bills, and any costs associated with it are likely to be minimal and spread out among all other customers. What is the basis of your understanding that the costs are likely to be minimal?
It's based on that EPE hasn't asked for kind of an accounting for this cost immediately, as well as the fact that currently in EPE's service territory, I believe there was only 3 DCFC chargers, and those are basically the only ones that would be eligible for this credit or this rider. So based on the number of stations that currently exist, and reading a little bit about the way this program has been implemented in another state, in Florida, they had almost 200 stations that were eligible for this credit, and the total cost for a year was not huge. I don't want to go into details because I don't have the details right handy.
But you haven't seen any quantitative analysis by EPE, have you?
Correct, and that would have been useful for this. I think they were not able to do that analysis because they have so few chargers right now, and based on Mr. Taraki's testimony, it sounded like there were essentially no chargers that would have been eligible for this at this point.
And did you do any quantitative analysis, even a back of the envelope kind of calculation?
Yes, but it wouldn't be useful because it looked, from what I could tell, the maximum amounts that a station could be getting from this, a reasonable maximum from this rider. And that's assuming basically basically the worst case scenario would be around $2,000 per station per month. And that is again, very rough estimates, worst case scenario.
Can you tell me what your assumptions were?
That was, I don't have the details here.
And you didn't put that in your testimony, or was any?
No, because it was a very rough back of the envelope calculation. I didn't think it would be useful for other folks. It was more just for my purposes.
Do you recall whether your analysis took into consideration what Ms. LaRock testified to yesterday, that her level 2 charging station, public charging stations, are operating at less than a 2% capacity factor?
No.
You didn't go that low. I guess the thing, you don't recall that your estimates assumed that kind of really low level?
Correct.
And then in the same sentence here, same phrase actually, the costs are associated likely to be minimal and spread out among all other customers. Are you implying that there is a current recovery methodology for those discounts?
There isn't, and obviously there will have to be one at some point in the future.
And with respect to Mr. Chiraki's testimony, do you believe that the company is asking for some sort of a regulatory asset for the potential for requesting retroactive recovery?
I can't say what they will be doing in the future, but they're not asking for it in this proceeding.
And that is your if they were asking for some sort of an accounting order, would you be taking a different position here?
Potentially.
Let me check my notes here. Were you listening to LaRock's testimony yesterday?
Yes. Yes.
And the hearing examiner raised it again this morning because it was an interesting proposition that that charging a capped rate of up to 23 cents per kilowatt hour for fast charging, while the city using rate 42 pays 38 cents a kilowatt hour at peak, would kind of take over the field, would put her stations out of business for practical purposes. Do you have any comments on that dilemma?
I don't know enough about the details of that situation. It sounded like she was comparing peak charging from one station to non-peak, so that doesn't seem like a fair comparison to me. But I don't have the details to make a comment on that specific circumstance.
And do you know whether the DAR, as proposed by EPE, in any way captures the instantaneous or 15-minute peak load of the customer during EPE's peak period?
I don't know how that interacts with that rate.
So when you say peak, are you talking about the system peak or the customer's peak?
I believe when Ms. LaRock was comparing two different scenarios, she was looking at the cost of electricity during peak hours when the rates are higher.
Mm-hmm.
System peak.
One last question. So do you know whether under EPE's DAR proposal, the owner of a public charging station, a customer, private owner, of a public charging station, does that owner have any obligation to pass his or her, its cost savings on to the users who drive up their EVs and plug in for a charge?
No,
Thank you. That's it. Appreciate it. Nice to meet you.
you too.
There's no other requests for cross, so I just have some questions. Mr. Fillion, I was just reading this in your testimony, and one of the things you're suggesting is decreasing the outreach budget, and that is driven by the statement that there's no evidence to suggest that the outreach budget has been successful. And we've heard from Mr. Rodriguez and then Mr. Madsen that in their perspective, the outreach has been successful. So maybe you could just clarify for me why it is the commission should credit your assessment of the outreach program thus far.
Well, I think it's a good question, is has it been successful or not? And it's impossible. It's really hard to answer that because there are no specific goals for this program. And I would really like to see specific measurable goals for pretty much all of these programs, but especially the outreach program, in terms of getting customers to participate and to see what they know about EVs and what they know about EPE's programs. And then the other point that I would like to make is, they've done a great job in the previous or current TEP, whatever, either way. And what they're asking for in this TEP is more than 5 times as much money per year. So it doesn't seem, it's hard to know exactly where to draw that line. But it's hard for me to imagine that they need 5 times as much money when there's only I think 2 times as many EVs in their service territory during this TEP as compared to the previous one. And really just, every dollar that you spend on this program is going to be less effective than the previous dollar. So the more you spend, it's just going to be less efficient, less effective. And at what point do you stop spending that money? And there's no way to know. And my main request here is for EPE to kind of do some analysis of their programs and tell us which of these programs are effective, which ones are not effective, and where is this money going and how effective is it?
When you said a moment ago that every dollar spent in this TEP is going to be less effective than previous dollars spent, I'm not sure I follow. Could you expand upon that or to explain the thought there?
It's just the sort of diminishing returns. The programs, when you first reach out, you're going to choose the most effective programs, and as you spend more time and more money, maybe these dollars or the outreach that you're doing is reaching people that you've already provided information to. So it's just, as you spend more time doing the same thing, you're getting decreasing returns on your investment.
I think one of the hard parts for the utility, I mean, number one, the very fact that we have 45% of the population exists within 200% of the federal poverty level. I mean, that's the biggest challenge, right, on any of these programs, because it necessarily means investments and costs incurred by ratepayers. But they, if I understand testimony correctly, and perhaps I'm inferring some things from what I heard from Ms. Rodriguez, I mean, their position on outreach is there's a certain degree to which we can't know the initial impacts, and it'd be wrong to look for hard measurements of expenditures because this is all new and fundamentally new for Las Cruces and that service territory. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that was very true for the first TEP, and I feel like we should be learning from those initial programs and that initial outreach, and then tailoring this second TEP based on the results of that first one. But yes, it's early. One of the main goals of these programs at this stage should be information gathering to figure out how do people respond to these programs and how best to get them, how best to benefit customers.
What is and I'm sorry if this is not your subject, if it was the other staff witness, that I can bring it up with them, but did you assert a position in this testimony, and I just don't recall off the top of my head, about the rebate program for the low income, on the hood rebate for the low income folks?
So BPE isn't asking for that, so I didn't specifically address it, but I think my general take is that any sort of EV rebate program is going to be relatively expensive, and it's going to benefit a smaller number of people than a lot of these other programs. And I think a focus for this plan should be where can EPE get the most bang for their buck? Where are we getting the greatest decrease in greenhouse gases for every dollar that you're spending? And when putting somebody into an EV instead of putting a very small number of people into EVs instead of regular cars, I'm not sure that you're getting a huge benefit there compared to something like public transit or some sort of smart charging program.
I understand that idea, but I guess what I would suggest is to push back and say, we heard Ms. Porter say, and I trust that she would have found this information if it existed. We really just don't know a lot about how folks in this particular socioeconomic situation respond to many of these types of programs, because a lot of electrification has occurred in far more affluent areas, and to extrapolate data from those areas lends itself to error when applied to a place like Las Cruces and El Paso Electric Service Territory. So why isn't there value fundamentally in the commission laying the groundwork to explore those subjects and obtain the data?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great idea and something that should definitely be done. And my question is a utility the right person to do that? I think that some sort of research program, like maybe the Gates Foundation or whatever, a group that specifically does research into low-income folks or electrification, that would be the right person to be doing this. And maybe that is just never going to happen, and it would be potentially appropriate to ask the utility to do this, but this wouldn't be my first choice for that type of research program. Especially considering that it's funded by ratepayers. That's always what I come back to.
Yeah, no, I understand. And I guess that's another question I had, and thank you for making that comment. One of the things that I think Mr. Madsen, did effectively, is to push back against the notion that we are confronted with what is effectively a zero-sum game here, in that every dollar awarded to the company is a dollar taken from the ratepayer, and vice versa. That sort of binary thinking is sort of not appropriate to this particular discussion in light of the fact that putting any EVs on the road has systemic benefits for ratepayers as a total, regardless of whether they acknowledge that or not. Is that a fair pushback on what you've just said about, we're reluctant to require ratepayers to pay? Well, it seems the appropriate rejoinder is that is understandable, but there is a systemic benefit to them that alleviates that concern.
Yeah, I see that argument. I see that there are benefits, and again, my preference would be to have a group that does this specific work where they have the experience and the skills to do that kind of research in this area. And I'm not sure that the utility is the right place for that, but yeah, I mean, I think it's great to do research into how to improve people's lives.
And I guess the last question I'll just ask you is, I mean, we also heard Ms. Porter say, and I believe this was in response to one of Ms. Lynch's questions, which it's a very good question, which is, well, does the state of New Mexico achieve its climate goals without assisting the low-income community to achieve the goals of electrification? And the answer is no, at least that. And I think there's some intuitive kind of things going on in there. How do you meet the RPS standards without so much of the segment of the population electrifying in significant ways? And if we just accept that, it just strikes me as if the commission doesn't respond aggressively to the low-income problem, we are going to do damage to the capacity of the utility to meet RPS requirements. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure that there's that direct connection to the RPS requirements. In my mind, that's on the generation side. So not directly connected, but absolutely low-income people are a critical part of all of these programs of society, and whatever we can do to get them more involved in these programs is useful. In my opinion, and I don't know of any analysis to like quantify these things, but I think two of the areas that other folks have mentioned that would be very effective and for that goal is public transit and the e-bike proposal. So I think those are ways to do that.
Well, I think part of the discussion about that's interesting to hear you say about the generation side. I mean, as we move towards where Hawaii's at, 30 some odd percent, I think it's more than 30% at this point, distributed generation, and what other place would it make sense to like have a lot of distributed generation where there's just chronic sunshine that blinds us all the time?
You sound upset by that.
This state, I don't know. I grew up on the East Coast, and just sometimes you miss those weeks of rain, like weeks. But then when you're thrust into the midst of it, it can be a little miserable. But in any case, right? So if there is a paradigm, for moving towards distributed generation, I mean, it just seems like I understand the argument that it's a generation question, but in fact, the population and distributed energy more generally plays a much larger role in the distributed energy system, as opposed to the big plants making constant and baseload generation, right? I mean, that's a true statement, correct?
Yeah, and I mean I feel like that brings up the limitation of a TEP is, it's a transportation electrification plan. It's not trying to solve all the problems in the world at once. And so that's why I'm not so concerned that more of the TEP isn't focused on low income folks. There are other programs that we can create outside of the TEP where it makes more sense to focus on low income folks. For example, the community solar ideally will allow for that.
All right. I don't think I have anything further, Mr. Fillion. Thank you very much. Ms. Lynch.
Thank you. I do have some questions for Mr. Fillion based
Sure.
upon your questions.
And it appears Ms. Stevens does too. So I'll lower your hand, Ms. Stevens, but I'm aware that you're in the queue.
Mr. Fillion, I'm Kara Lynch, the attorney for Prosperity Works and one of the attorneys for the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. I was first of all wondering, were you present for yesterday's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, great. So you are aware that Ms. Ona Porter included in her testimony maps of EPE's territory?
I do remember the maps, yes.
Are you familiar with EPE's territory?
Somewhat.
Would you describe the customer base that EPE serves as customers that live in primarily rural areas?
I don't know how that breaks down. I'm sorry.
Would you agree that there was a vast amount of rural and some urban area in those maps based upon what EPE represents as its territory that it serves?
Yes.
Okay. And given the composition of EPE's customer base, which includes rural and urban customers, and 40% or more low income customers, would you, in your opinion, if a transportation electrification plan is successful, would EPE increase revenues?
That seems very likely.
And you were present for Mr. Madsen's testimony, correct?
Yes.
Do you agree that a successful TEP can reduce the overall cost customers or rates that customers pay?
I think that's speculative. It's possible, but it's hard to say what the outcome will be. It's hard to say what participation will be.
Have you read Mr. Madsen's testimony?
I have, but I don't remember all the details.
Oh, okay. And you haven't conducted the analysis of the impact on rates of a successful TEP?
No.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts as to why the charging infrastructure that Las Cruces that's based in Las Cruces and that was referred to by Miss LaRoque in her testimony? You were present for that, right? Ms. Stevens
Yes.
asked you questions. Okay. In your opinion, why would there be a low usage rate of that charging infrastructure?
I mean, I think the obvious answer is there aren't enough people with EVs at the moment, but you know, the number of EVs that are in use is growing exponentially, so that is likely to change in the very near future.
But isn't it true too, that's not only it's growing exponentially, but like in some ways, I believe it was Mr. Madsen and Ms. Rodriguez notes that the federal incentives and I believe Ms. Porter used the word capital stacking opportunities are here. They're now. Is that an argument in favor of, you know, like I understand the conservative approach to investment, whatever, and all that. I mean, I get it. Trust me. I'm saying, is that justification itself for loosening that conservative grip?
Which conservative grip are you referring to?
Meaning when you reference in your testimony, you say, well, look, every dollar that goes into the TEP comes out of the ratepayer's pocket, right? Yes, we understand that. But the argument too exists here to say, well, we are in a period of time in which we exist on a precipice where if we jump, and that however far it is that we jump, there are substantial support that doesn't come from ratepayers that will fill in gaps in funding. It's now the time. The iron is hot. We must strike. That's what I heard anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree, and it's hard to know how to scale things when things are changing so rapidly. But I would argue that the current TEP is a huge growth over the previous one, and especially the outreach program, the one that I was recommending that it be decreased to an amount that's still a huge increase over the previous TEP, just not as large.
Yeah, and I guess my point is, and I'm not sure if you're commenting it or not. I mean, it just seems to me the one corollary Ms. Lynch was just asking you about is to say, it's not just so much that we need the programs to scale up, but we need them to scale up now for very, very good reasons that exist at this time right now.
I absolutely agree. And I think where the utility company needs to focus on is the infrastructure that exists for the EVs that are going to happen regardless of what EDE does.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Lynch.
Those are all of my questions.
Okay, Ms. Stevens.
Do I get to cross-examine the hearing examiner about his statement about the rain, liking the rainy weather in the East Coast?
Only once in a while I remember it. I go look at some Winslow Homer paintings, and then I remind myself that's darkness.
That's darkness.
So.
That's cold and gray. Mr. Fillion, I just have one question. When towards the end of the hearing examiner's questioning of you, and he was asking you about the RPS relationship, and you said that was related to generation, but what you see is very effective is public transit and e-bicycles. And my question to you is, and I'm not asking you for legal conclusions because I'll show up in the briefs, but how do you distinguish e-bicycle rebates from e-vehicle rebates?
Yeah, I mean, there's no obvious separation between the two, but why I feel like e-bikes are a useful investment, where rebates for e-bikes are useful investments, mainly comes down to cost and kind of the bang for your buck that I have repeated too many times now. I'm sorry. So you have a greater impact on greenhouse gases when you are riding a bike as opposed to driving a car, regardless of the type of car, EV or ICE. And so you have more people that can benefit from this program. You have a greater benefit from the program, and the federal government is already providing EV rebates, whereas they're not providing e-bike rebates, as far as I know. So this is an area where there's a gap, and somebody needs to fill in that gap.
And if there were federal rebates for e-bikes, would that change your opinion?
It would be less, yeah, it would be a less effective program. I'm not sure that it would, be a useless program.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Yeah, okay, so I guess just one final question. I mean, I know that Ms. Stevens prompted me to think of something. And I'm not asking you a legal question, but when the legislature passes the TEP bill and now we have a rule, when staff is thinking about what the intention there was, do you believe that the legislature wanted the commission to aggressively encourage and incentivize the electrification of transportation?
Yes, in areas where it's appropriate for a utility company to be involved. Sorry for the very weak caveat there.
I know. I mean, I understand your answer. It just seems like, in some ways, we have to ask ourselves, what is enough of an effort, and what cost did the legislature effectively say that it is reasonable for the ratepayer to bear for these policies to be implemented, the statute and the varying policies now that exist by rule. And I take it for granted that the legislature really meant that we were supposed to do this, and that the representatives of the people voted, and to the extent to which there's a decision to say, no, wait, let's make sure we don't overspend here, that wasn't the operative decision making that was going on there, given the language of the statute. That's a legal argument, I realize, but there's policy embedded in there as well.
No, I think that's a really good point, and something that I wish people had been discussing for the last 20 years is what can we do? How much should we be doing today? And until now, the answer has always been not enough. And today we have to do much more to make up for the lack of action over the last 20 years. Yeah, that's a great point.
Okay. Mr. Black, any redirect?
I have no redirect.
Very good, Mr. Fillion. Appreciate you joining us today. Is this your first hearing?
It was.
Well, welcome to the commission, sir, and you'll be seeing all of us more than you'd like, probably.
Super.
But anyway, yeah. Welcome to the commission, and thank you today.
Thank you.
Your excuse, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. Black. Next witness,
Thank you,
please.
Mr. Hearing Examiner. Staff calls Dr. Edison Jimenez.
And let me check my participants list. And he is waiting in the waiting room, and I will admit him. And when he appears, Mr. Lee, if you'll swear him in.
Mr. Jimenez, would you kindly raise your right hand?
He's still joining, Mr. Lee. He's in limbo. There we go.
Mr. Jimenez, would you kindly raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jimenez. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you.
For the record, please state your name and your position with the Public Regulation Commission.
My name is Edison Jimenez. I'm an economist for the Economics Bureau in the Utility Division at PRC.
Okay. I have provided to you a document that has been previously marked as Staff Exhibit 3. Do you have that document?
Yes, I do.
Please identify that document.
This document is Staff Exhibit 3, that is my direct testimony.
Thank you. Was that testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No.
Thank you. If I were to ask you the questions that are posed in your testimony, would you give the same answers today under oath?
Yes, I will.
Is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move that what has been marked as Staff Exhibit 3 be admitted into the record.
Any objections? Staff Exhibit 3 is admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I now tender Mr. Jimenez for cross-examination at this time.
Ms. Olson, you requested 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, and welcome, Mr. Jimenez. I have no cross-examination for you.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens, it appears you've asked for 5.
Yes. Good afternoon, and I'm going to ask the first question here. Do you prefer to be called? Now I've lost your picture. Oh my goodness, where'd he go? Oh, there you are. Do you prefer to be called Doctor or Mr. Jimenez?
Mr. is okay.
Okay. Okay. Well, Mr. Jimenez, can I take you to? I'm Anastasia Stevens. I represent the city of Las Cruces, and can I take you to page 6 of your direct testimony? And this is in the portion of your testimony where you're talking about reporting. At lines 5 through 12, you talk about, well, actually, you talk about EPE's interpreted provisions in Rule 574 to mean that its next report filing should be done after approval of this application. Do you agree with the company's interpretation of their reporting requirements under the previous case number 20-00241-UT?
I believe the rule leaves open for interpretation, and the interpretation of the company is that they have to do it until the next TP is approved.
And going back to page 5 of your testimony, beginning on lines 11, you have read the order in the previous case and the certification in that case?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I'm looking at your testimony here. Have you read the certification of stipulation and the order adopting the certification of stipulation in
Yes, I
case
did.
20? Okay. And when you said that it leaves the rule, it leaves up to interpretation, or that's a possible interpretation, did you take into consideration the specific language in the prior order that dealt with reporting requirements?
Well, I do understand that the new rule could precede or has priority over a stipulation order.
I'm just checking to see whether I put that rule. I don't think I probably did. Okay, I guess I did. Oh yeah, here it is. Would you look at CLC exhibit number 6 from the Dropbox?
Just 1 second, please. Okay, and the folder. CLC exhibit.
CLC exhibit number 6, Rule 17.9.574, applications to expand transportation electrification.
Okay, I just opened it. What page you want me to see?
I'm on page 8 of 10, section 17.9.574.13, annual progress report.
1 second. I'm the page 8 now.
DJ, you see the annual progress report subsection?
Yes.
Yeah. And would you look at subsection B? You don't need to read it into the record. Just look at subsection B and then I'll ask you the question.
You want me to see the section B?
Just read section B and then I'll ask you about it, okay?
In addition to any service territory, specific reporting requirements carried over from a public utility previously approved transportation electrification plan, the annual progress report shall include for a utility service territory.
Given that specific requirement that the progress report be in addition to any specific reporting requirements carried over from the utility's previously approved TEP, do you think that EPE's interpretation of not having an ongoing reporting requirement is viable, is plausible?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to make an objection.
Yeah, Mr. Black, what's the objection?
It's been asked and answered.
It has not. I could,
Yeah, so Miss Stevens, I understand your response. I will overrule it. If it has, I don't recall the answer either. So, Mr. Jimenez, you may answer the question.
I believe so.
okay. One quick, after, I know my time's up. Other than asking for EP for information, which you attach to your testimony, has staff done anything to enforce prior reporting requirements since the last report was filed?
Well, the thing that the staff did was to request an inform that we did that in the first set of questions.
Did you get all the information? Did you ask for, and did you get all the information that a report under the previous order would have required?
We did ask the information that we needed to realize the analysis for our testimony. There is another part that they could request, but we were not interested for that because we didn't think that could help to realize the analysis for our testimony.
I understand. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you and congratulations. This is your first testimony too, right?
Yes, it is.
Congratulations. We're having quite the hearing here. Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Mr. Jimenez, no other parties requested cross. I just have a few questions for you. The whole home electric vehicle rate. Is there any concern that staff has about that functioning as an inequitable subsidy to those individuals who are privileged enough to be able to afford an EV?
Can you rephrase your question, please?
Yeah, so the whole home electric vehicle rate, right? It provides a credit to those individuals who charge their cars at the super off-peak period, and then the credit applies to their bill. And Mr. Downs and Mr. Simpson have appeared in this case pro se and offered some arguments about varying aspects of the credit and how it should be applied in relation to the minimum monthly bill. But my question to you is, does staff have any concern that offering a credit to individuals who can afford an electric vehicle is inequitable because it effectively reduces their contribution in some respect? And I realize that's a debatable position, but if someone took that perspective, what is staff's view on that subject?
Staff doesn't have any concern about this credit for these people. There is a benefit that is these people, when you sign up for this rate, for call it like that, the whole home EV, you are trying to charge your car at night. So you are trying to liberate some space or on the grid during the day. So that's the principal goal. And at the end, not having a congested grid during the day will help and will help everyone, I think.
Okay. Did you hear the testimony of Mr. Madsen, and then the questions Ms. Lynch raised throughout the proceedings about the rider and collection methodologies in relation to potentially expanding the period of time in which the TEP costs are collected from customers to help, reduce the monetary impact on ratepayers.
Yes, I did.
Does staff have an opinion at this juncture about the wisdom of that suggestion?
Well, staff has a position that the established already, or the deferred collection method already approved by the commissioners is appropriate for this instance of the TEP. I believe we are in early adoption of these plans, and the values are not so high right now to take them for 10 years. And in a moment, in another years, in another plan, when we reach these values that Mr. Madsen was mentioning, like 100 million or more, that can easily go there in some years, I think that will be another instance where we can discuss this, another methodology to recover this cost of these plans. But right now, I don't believe the values are that high to change the methodology that is already approved.
Okay, and then just one last question. In the same way that you answered the question about the whole home EV rate and the credit that those individuals receive, I mean, I understand entirely the response, which is, well, there's a benefit to the system and to all the ratepayers from the behavior of those individuals, and the credit is appropriate because, in fact, they're helping the system in ways that are beneficial. When you're thinking about sort of questions of equity and fairness, I asked Mr. Fillion this question too, but do you have a perspective about the on the hood rebate proposal by CCAE here, as you're considering, what is the appropriate way to spread costs for all these things?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Can you rephrase it a bit?
Sure. Yeah, I'm just trying to get your, CCAE has proposed in this case that we should have a on the hood rebate for low income people to get $4,000 off an electric vehicle at the time of purchase, right? But that, as we heard from varying folks, is controversial because, well, that means some folks are subsidizing other folks' cars, and I can assure you that will be a subject of discussion in the newspapers and what have you. But one response that we heard is, well, look, there's a benefit to having those EVs out there. There's even though it's restricted to a certain category of people, the benefits flow to all ratepayers. So I'm asking you, as a person who's like here appearing on behalf of staff and doing the rate design questions, what is staff's perspective on that proposal?
Well, to start, I want to mention that this is something EP is not requesting actually in the filing. This is something the interveners are proposing. So staff initially doesn't have any position about this. If you're asking my opinion, I have the same opinion than my colleague, the Kai Fillion, that the number of the EVs that will be subsidized, I believe they were mentioning like 50, that was like Travis Manson was proposing 50 IEVs. I don't believe the number is going to make a huge difference, but the cost is going to be very high. So in order a plan like this works, you will have to propose a higher number of EVs, and then you will have a higher cost in the TEP plan. So also, I don't believe this is something the ratepayers will be okay with it, and I don't consider fair that proposal.
Okay. Yeah, I think that does it for me for my questions, Mr. Jimenez. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Ms. Olson has her hand up. go ahead, Ms. Olson.
I just have one brief follow-up on the questions Ms. Stevens was asking you about the reporting requirements. Do you happen to have the City of Las Cruces' exhibits available, specifically what the City of Las Cruces designated as Exhibit 7?
Give me a second and okay. City Las Cruces exhibit number 7, correct certification and stipulation, that one?
Yes.
Okay, I'm opening it. What page you want me to see?
Page 137.
Okay,
And I believe you testified in response to Ms. Stevens' questioning that you have looked at this certification and stipulation. Is that correct?
yes.
And can you look at the final paragraph of section 5.8? It's the second to last full paragraph of page 137.
This docket should or the outreach portion?
This docket should.
This docket, you want me to read it?
You can just, starting with the next section, or starting with this second sentence, one said next, you can go ahead and read that if you'd like.
You want me to read it then?
Yeah, starting with one said next.
Once the next TEP is filed, biannual reports can be filed in that docket and this one closed. To be clear, the biannual report identified here will continue until new reporting measures are approved.
And Ms. Stevens pointed you to then Exhibit 6, which is the Commission's TEP rule. And I assume you're familiar with that rule as well?
In some ways.
Somewhat. And is it your understanding that that rule includes new reporting measures?
Yes, it's my understanding.
And in your opinion, would it be reasonable to assume that those are the new reporting measures that the Commission has approved?
Well, I will have to say this is something probably more lawyers should discuss, but if you are asking my personal opinion, yes, this is a new precedent and this is establishing a new reporting period.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Miss Stevens, you want to?
Yeah, I have a follow-up. I can do this in the briefs. I don't know whether it would be more fair to Mr. Jimenez and staff to ask it now or while on the record. I mean, I should have objected when she first opened up the thing, and I don't want to ask Mr. Jimenez
Oh, okay.
to
Okay,
go
you're
here.
a follow up about what Miss
Yeah, it's a
Olson
follow-up
just
on that one.
inquiry.
But again, it's in the order. It's there. I just having opened the door, I don't know whether I should follow it up. And we can do this, you know, if you'd like to do this as sort of a, you know, offer of proof kind of thing, we can discuss it off the record. It's not hard here.
No, I mean, I understand the disagreement there, Ms. Stevens, and I mean, if you believe there are some facts that he holds that you think is necessary to ask him about, then fine. But to the extent to which you're just really gearing up for the legal fight, I mean, we can just have that briefing.
It's just there's other language in the same order, you know, that Ms. Olson didn't point him to. I don't want the witness to be misled, and I don't want to put staff in a position of it's really neither here nor there. It's kind of
why don't we just pass, Ms. Stevens? I understand what you're saying, and I assure you, you can point me to the additional language that, and I'll look at it. So
I know you wrote it.
So yes, you can let me. Yeah, I think that's better handled.
Yeah.
Briefing. Thank you.
It's to me, it's neither here nor there. I just didn't want to be putting Mr. Jimenez in a position where he might have not had a complete view. So thank you. No, that's it.
All right. Mr. Black, anything for Mr. Jimenez?
Just no redirect, thank you.
Very good. Mr. Jimenez, thank you for joining us today, sir, and welcome to the commission. You are excused. Appreciate your contribution to the proceedings.
Thank you, everyone.
That brings us to the close of the evidentiary record. Interveners, there are no more witnesses. I know there aren't. I'm just asking so the record reflects that I did ask. Okay, El Paso Electric, you've supplied everything you wish to supply in support of your transportation electrification application?
I believe so.
Yeah, I asked that question in part because Mr. Maderos noted to me in the PNM rate case that the Judicial College, they note that that is an important thing to do, ask the applicant that they've had the opportunity to submit whatever they wish. And Ms. Olson answered affirmatively. Briefing. My proposal is, I wrote this down. So today is the 3rd. Mr. Lee, what is the turnaround on the transcript?
It is 10 business days, I believe.
Okay, and do you would think you'll require that full 10 business days?
There's a good possibility.
Okay. The 17th. We could have the initial briefs. I mean, it would either have to be February 5th. We'll run
Mr.
into crunch. Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Olson.
Oh, I was just wondering if maybe it would be helpful to start from the deadline and work backwards.
Well, the 29th of the March 29th, is it not, that the commission has set in the order as the final order deadline?
That sounds right. I think we filed the application on July 3rd or June 30th. So if March 29th, I don't know if there's an open meeting on the 27th.
Well, that process, as PNM is discovering today, has been amended. I mean, there'll be a special open meeting to deal with any application that requires it. It's nice to have like commissioners that are happy to do that. And they are. So, I mean, you know, time is fire in which we burn. So
say if conservatively you needed to issue an RD by February 23rd to allow time for exceptions and time for the commission to consider it. Working, how much time do you think you would need, like 2 weeks after the close of briefing to do your RD, or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. It's gonna be a lot of work, but whatever. It's just the way it is. Are you gonna propose a date for the initial briefs, Ms.
Well,
Olson?
I'm suggesting that if you're looking at February for briefing, I just don't think that's going to give you enough time, and so I would suggest an initial brief due sometime the week of the 22nd, and then to the extent you want to allow response briefs. I also think it would be helpful. I mean, you did the last hearing. You seem to be pretty up to speed on a lot of these issues. If you want to pinpoint what the legal issues that would be helpful to have briefing on, that could also save a lot of time to not have just ridiculous amounts of briefing that are unhelpful to the commission.
Well, there's no way that anyone's gonna beat P&M's 360 pages. That was a record.
I don't
All
know.
told, initial briefs in P&M was,
I don't
that was
think you wanna challenge
1,100
this.
pages.
What? Oh, total.
Total initial briefs in the rate case was 1,100 pages of just initial briefs.
So were you fighting to get the RD as long as the longest brief or something?
No, as a matter of fact, I wrote extensively about how there was no way to do that. And, you know, even though our New Mexico Supreme Court applies a whole record standard of review, when you reach a critical threshold of 1,100 pages of briefing, the expectation that you would then supply a court 1,500 pages of writing to demonstrate that you've in fact considered all the evidence reaches levels of absurdity that nobody wishes to entertain. So it's a pickle. I mean, I understand your point, Ms. Olson. I'm happy to let the parties brief what they want to brief. I think you all, the discussions in the course of the case have made pretty clear like what is at issue here, you know, and just the varying positions the parties have taken. So I don't think I need to spell that out. And more is not more. We all know that. And you know, I understand too that less sometimes you have to exhaust your administrative remedies and make your record, yada yada. But and it's just finding that sweet spot where efficiency is gained is always a tough one. So I'm fine with Ms. Olson's suggestion, and my initial thought before I heard Ms.
Examiner, I'm not fine because I don't know whether you're involved at all, because at one point it was all the hearing examiners. There's a 3-day hearing on community solar scheduled on the 17th, 18th, and 19th. So that would be as the transcripts are coming in. So doing something on the week of the 22nd is sort of a non-starter.
Okay, well, what about the 29th, having the initial briefs due then?
I guess that's possible. I always would prefer like Tuesday just in case rather than Monday, but yeah, but that definitely, that I could live with that, or the 29th or the 30th. The week right after the transcripts come in the week the transcripts come in is going to be subsumed with that.
I'm sorry, Ms. Stevens. I can barely hear her. The week after the transcripts come in.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. What happened is I put my calendar on top of my computer and it muted my sound. So what I'm saying is that with the transcripts coming in on the 17th and a hearing on the 17th, 18th, and 19th on community solar, we need to have the briefs be due at least the week of the 29th.
Yeah, I mean, I'd prefer to have it on the 29th if we can. I mean, the further we push it out, we run into the problems of exceptions and then giving enough time.
Okay.
So you know, I feel like that's a fairly reasonable compromise.
What's another weekend spent writing briefs? No, but thank you. I mean, the week right after that hearing is not really plausible. So yeah, I mean, the 29th, I know it was.
Yeah, as Oliver Wendell Holmes called it, jobism. That was his expression of. There's a famous story. I think it was either Cardozo or Brandeis. Like some law clerk went to his chambers like middle of the night or whatever, and like had finished some project for the justice, and like kind of a guy was a bit of a recluse. I forget which one it was, and the clerk hands the thing underneath the door, and then these like grubby fingers appear and pull it in. And he didn't expect that anyone was going to be there, but the justice was there like in the middle of the night. So anyway, yeah, all weekend work is part of the deal. All right, so then the 29th for the initial briefs, and then you know, I don't want to push out the responses more than, you know, that following week, the 5th. I mean, is that acceptable? Because then we get into the problem of there not being enough time for exceptions. I mean, most of the times in my experience so far, the initial briefs lay out the positions. Oftentimes responses are iterations of the same arguments issued in the initial briefs. And given the fact that there are several issues that aren't disputed in this proceeding, and I think we all are aware of what is, you know, it doesn't strike me as unreasonable to give a week for responses. unless there are objections to that.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm fine with that schedule. I am concerned with Mr. Fisk's representation recently that the commission requires the exceptions completed 2 weeks before it's going to issue its decision, that it simply doesn't give you enough time. I appreciate Ms. Stevens' concern about having additional work. I think we all have multiple clients and multiple hearings. So I defer to whatever gives you the time that you need to provide a recommended decision. I know the city has 2 pending appeals before the Supreme Court in which they've appealed not having sufficient time for exceptions. So
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that
And,
too.
and you are working around my Supreme Court brief in chief is February 1st. So whatever you're going to get in response is probably going to be less than perfect for me. But you know, the 5th is okay if you're okay with it. That'll give me another weekend to dedicate to you, Mr. Ryan.
Good. Well, and yeah, just to
Don't you feel
comment on,
satisfied?
I'm looking at the initial order assigning me and extending the period. And I just want to confirm the date to make sure that I've not totally botched this up. All right, so yeah, this is the July 27th, 23 initial order extending review period and suspending advice notice number 289. Ordering paragraph B. The period for the commission's review and approval of the application is hereby extended for an additional 3 months. The commission shall issue a final order on or before March 29th, 2024. So if I have responses, I mean, I'll just commence working on the RD when I get the initial briefs in between doing the grid mod stuff.
Decretal paragraph D gives you a deadline of
March 1st.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, it's a month, right? I'm good with, I'm fine with that. I wrote that 200-page PNM thing in 10 days. That was wild. Not desirable, not in any way, shape, or form desirable, but such is the burden that the legislature placed upon us by limiting the time for consideration of a rate application to 12 months. So that's what you get. It's, you know, and I think moving forward, the commission will try to make efforts to change that. Whether we'll be successful, who knows? But as far as the quality of the decision and thought, I mean, right, rushing doesn't help. So. All right, so we've got the 29th and the 5th, correct? Any objections to that? And then Ms. Stevens, as to Ms. Olson's point, I'm aware too of your arguments about exceptions. I mean, limiting the exceptions period and to the extent to which that is a due process violation, you know, do you perceive that to be a problem in this circumstance, given the dates I've just assigned?
I'm just counting on my calendar here, just 1, 2. With that, I don't know where the commission came up with that March 1st.
I don't know either.
Yeah, but it actually does kind of work.
I think if you have the responses to the 5th, I mean, as I say, I don't need to wait the responses. Initial briefs from the 29th, they'll set me in motion, and that gives me more than adequate time to get things completed by the 1st of March.
You'll have plenty. You should have plenty of time.
Plenty, yes, I agree. I just want to confirm ahead of time. I realized. No, we have the grid mod. The grid mod's going to be interesting. That'll be fun. Comes back with our benefit cost analysis that the utility supplied. So
I'm sure this is the thing on your plate. You can just clear your calendar between now and March 1st and really dig into this TEPRD.
This is so much fun.
Oh, I think it's actually really interesting personally. I think, you know, this is front page of the newspaper stuff every day. So technocrats, it's kind of a fun thing to be.
Hey, I opened the front page of the newspaper today and was pretty surprised.
Yeah, the Avangrid. Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, from our perspective, it just means one thing less thing to do, I suppose, and the immediate future anyway. Anyhow. All right, anything further from the parties on any matters?
I don't think so. So I'm taking from your comments a few minutes ago that you don't intend to identify any issues for briefing. You just want general brief.
Look, I think we hit all the subjects. You heard my questions. We were going to do this in a single day. I don't think I'm ever going to listen to you guys again in terms of just one day. It's not going to happen. But I trust you can focus your efforts on the things that are meaningfully disputed. So, Mr. Lee, as always, thank you, sir, for your hard work. You're an excellent court reporter, and it's a great privilege that we have you.
Thank you, sir.
If nothing else, I'll draw the hearing to a conclusion. Everybody have a very good day. We are off the record.
Thank you very much.